The House will come to order. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report on House File number 2497, an act relating to education finance. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 2497, report that we have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 members on the part of the House and 4 out of the 5 members on the part of the Senate. Youakim moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 2497 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim, to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my motion. And members, before you is the final K-12 Finance and Education Policy Conference Committee report. With this proposal, we make historic investments in our schools. We ensure that the learning environments in our communities work for all of our students, and that our teachers, principals, and administrators have the tools they need to meet students where they're at.
Okay, thank you.
We've had over 20 years of underinvestment in our schools, and while we cannot change that overnight or even in one biennium, this bill is an awesome start. Our proposal stabilizes school funding, supports the health and well-being of our students, works on equity and innovation in our schools, increases career pathways and connections with local communities, as well as builds up the diversity of our workforce. I would like to thank our conferees who put a tremendous amount of work into this bill. Chair Pryor, Vice Chair Clardy, Vice Chair Hill, and Minority Lead Krisha for being such great partners on the conference committee. You all dove right in, and this product is a testament to your hard work. And to our CA, Polly Sturkvenik, our CLA, Shamat Abraha, our researcher, Mars Beltrami-Renquist, for your incredible work ethic, as well as the CA for Education Policy, Wilson Lee, and CLA, Isabel Anderson, in our committee pages. And once again, much gratitude to our amazing nonpartisan staff. You really can't go wrong when you have Tim Strong, Christina Parra, Selvag Beckel, Annie Mock working on legislation with you. And a big thank you to Cassandra McGinnis in the Revisor's Office for all the long hours. So no matter how hard you try to be planful, there's always that crunch time, and our staff ends up working very, very long hours, so thank you. So on to the changes from when the bill left the House floor. We did prevail and link the formula to inflation, so we have an agreement that includes 4% and 2% in the first biennium, which remember, the first year rolls into the second year, so it's like a 4 and a 6. We link the formula to inflation in the second biennium with a 3% cap, but in conference, we also added a 2% floor. So if inflation is 1.5, our districts get 2. If inflation's 2, our districts get 2. If our inflation's 2.5, our districts get 2.5. If it's over 3%, the districts still get 3%. This does not preclude us as legislators adding more money onto the formula. We reduced the special ed cross subsidy by 44% in fiscal years 24 through 26 and 50% in 27 or later. This was a compromise between the House and Senate proposal and will result in higher ongoing investments than originally passed in the House. Members, the special education investment in this bill is a 4% increase on the formula. It equates to a 4% increase on the formula. We reduced the English learner cross subsidy by $86.9 million in the first biennium and $171.8 million in the tails. This is higher in the first biennium than it left the floor, but a little lower in the tails. But the most important part is we readjust how the bill came out of the House to the point where we're putting all the money into our per pupil formula. So the bill left the floor with a per pupil formula in the first biennium going from $704 to $1,000 ongoing. This bill gets us to from $704 the first biennium to $1,228, and in the second biennium, that per pupil amount goes to $1,775. So that will naturally reduce that cross subsidy that was starting to occur, as well as in 2027, we decrease the cross subsidy that's left by 25%. You'll be happy to know that we added $135 million in the first biennium for districts to tap for unemployment insurance, and $64 million each year in the tails to offset the extra billing to special education. There's also a report due after this summer so that we can see how many folks actually took advantage of UI and we can reevaluate. For our 4-year-olds, we permanently extended the 4,000 seats that were expiring, and then also did the House position on 5,200 seats more in the second biennium. But we also added the second year, the first biennium, another 3,000 seats. So we're really doing right by our youngest learners so that they can come to our schools prepared to learn. We increased investments of totaling more than $50 million each biennium in recruiting and retaining teachers of color. This is a larger investment than when the bill left the House floor, and it's the largest investment to date in this program. We dedicated funding for schools to hire support staff, like school counselors, psychologists, and nurses at a level between the House and the Senate provision, as well as retained our pipeline to get folks into the profession. There were higher investments in the READ Act than what left the floor in either body because the governor shared our high priority for expanding evidence-based literacy instruction. We have money in there for curriculum as well as more money in for training. The House position with minor changes was accepted and the provision to limit the use of suspension to only cases where non-exclusionary discipline approaches have failed. There was a compromise language between all 3 bodies on ethnic studies to ensure successful implementation while providing access to the subject for all Minnesota students, including funding a working group that can help our districts out. The Senate didn't have any transportation sparsity. We walked into conference with 40%. We left conference with 35%. Very proud of that. The Senate didn't have any cybersecurity and safe school provision or funding. We were able to get to the Senate to $22 million one-time money versus the $30 million that left the floor. Changes we took from the Senate because they actually came in with some good ideas that we thought were valuable. The major one was ongoing funding for school library aid at $46 million per annum, which was the main priority of the Senate chair. We matched the Senate's higher number for full funding for our regional and county libraries in all your areas. We met the Senate investment in base funding for the smaller children's museums in the state, and we increased the amount for the smaller family partnership programs across the state to meet the Senate provision as well. The major provisions that passed off the House floor but were omitted from the agreement were funding for 1.25 hours of due process prep time. The more we looked at it, we realized they needed more help than when we had the money for, and we're going to do a working group this summer. And then I'll leave the policy stuff up to the policy chair. We still invested in all other changes in licensure to help with teachers becoming successful in the classroom and getting our teachers to a Tier 3 pathway as soon as possible. And like I said, I will leave up the rest of the policy changes and how awesome the policy bill is coming back to us to Chair Pryor.
Further discussion on the conference committee report. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Chair Youakim, for that excellent overview and also for your partnership in creating this historic bill. And it's been, I think, a very productive process, and I appreciate the work that all of the conferees did in the House and in the other body to produce this final bill. I'm going to just highlight some of the changes from when the bill left here to when it comes back. And they're good changes. So really appreciate the work that was done with our partners in the other part of this building. I can start by saying one thing that people were interested in that I heard from is that we did not put in a bill that allows high school students to get credit for working at a healthcare organization, so working in a nursing home. And they could get credit for that work as in their high school. So it could be an elective for their high school. So that's something that the Senate carried. We heard the bill, but thought that it needed some guardrails. The Senate pointed out that, or in the discussion, it was clear that it's up to the high school whether or not they assign credit. So the high school would be responsible for making sure that the work that high school student is doing really is deserving for high school credit. So that's something that's in the bill now that was not in the bill when it left. So appreciate that work. There's also a provision for having suicide prevention phone number on IDs that students carry. And this was a bill that Representative Hill carried. We did not get it in our final bill, but the Senate did, and so we included it in this. There was also a bill that we heard after deadline that we did not include, but the Senate did because they heard it before deadline. So, you know, consistent with the process. It was a good bill, and it was using best practices to have active shooter drills. And so an appropriate discussion to have after yesterday's discussion about what our school children are facing, and especially we talked, and some of the conferees were in that generation in high school where the first mass shooting in Colorado at Columbine, and how that was a part of their high school career that they could not imagine, and they could not imagine that now their children are going through the same experiences that they did. The important thing to know about that bill is what we do is we say that the students cannot be present when there's a simulation of an active shooter drill. So the difference between a drill and a simulation is that in a simulation there will be officers coming into the building looking for an active shooter. And if you're a student in the classroom of any age, that can be really a traumatizing experience. And that even the active shooter drills, as you probably heard from your kids, from other young people that you know, can be actually hard on kids to be a part of that because they are hiding in a classroom. And in their minds, they know that other children have done that same thing in real life. So another part of this bill is saying that if you're going through this active shooter drill, you need to pull the class together. You need to be able to process for each child what happened. And the other part of this bill is saying that parents need to know this is going to happen because we know that there are some children where this is going to be beyond their ability to handle. And parents need to know that it's happening, and they can make the choice that their child should not be part of that drill. So we're respecting these best practices that have been learned from other experiences that we bring together that we hope that our kids never have to go after. So that was a very important bill that was included, that was not here when our bill left. We're happy to say that that is a provision that's in our bill now. We also made some changes to transparency in charter schools. As everybody knows, or I hope everybody knows, charter schools are public schools. And so we expect the same level of transparency for their management organizations, their authorizers, that we do for other public schools. So that transparency is a provision that the Senate brought us, that language, and that we included in our bill. We looked at, we talked about the ethnic studies, the Holocaust and genocide academic standards that we're adding to this bill. We changed some of the language, not substantive changes in our funding for things and for how we're structuring it, but some of the language change, which I think are improvements. And it was something that was discussed pretty thoroughly with different conversations with different conferees at different times, coming back to authors to get their input on things, and I think that's improved there too. So let's see, I think that's some of the highlights of how the bill has changed. Really look forward to the discussion when we accept the reports and hear what people think. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. And first of all, I'm not going to make the motion to refuse to adopt because the process was incredibly fair. And working with my colleagues, Chair Youakim, Chair Pryor, Vice Chair Clardy, and Representative Hill, we had good conversations. We had plenty of opportunity, and I appreciate that for the conversation. And so for that, I think we should move beyond this and get right to third reading. I did not sign the conference committee report because of differences of perspective and differences of priorities. And we'll have those conversations. But I did want to call out that this was a very fair and transparent process, and one of which I enjoyed being part of. There's a lot to talk about. And so with that, Chair Youakim, and I'll just point out even one little thing of all the conversations we had, but there was a $7,500 difference that frankly would have just been swept aside. It wasn't that big of a deal. But they made the effort to bring us back, talk through it, and make sure that every point was out there. So with that, I won't be voting for this, but we'll be taking this and we'll move on to third reading. So thank you for the process, and thank you to my colleagues. I look forward to a robust debate.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House File 2497, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File number 2497, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Further discussion to House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chair Youakim and Chair Pryor for this amazing bill for our kids. This is an amazing bill not because there's a magic bullet provision that fixes all the problems. It's because it's a comprehensive, multifaceted approach that provides the support and the resources that our kids and our schools need to learn, to grow, and to thrive. Stable investments by indexing the formula to inflation. A focus on literacy, which as a kid who took until 5th grade to learn how to read, I know is really, really critical to our kids. Curriculum that resonates and reflects the backgrounds of all of our students, and full service community schools that says and takes seriously what it means to wrap around support and resources for our kids, and particularly our kids who need the most support. And it ensures that the adults who educate, who feed, who drive and care for our kids have the economic security to continue doing the job, supporting our kids, the job that they love. This provision, particularly providing unemployment insurance opportunities for our hourly school workers, is a long time coming. 80 years of exclusion and unfairness, and the work of hundreds and thousands of workers got us here. This is stability for these workers, and it means retaining them in our classrooms, in our buses, in our cafeterias, and the important relationship that they have with our kids. It means bus drivers like Kelly Gibbons and Kat Briggs, who have testified over decades to get this done, can provide that friendly smile and that care to their most valuable passengers. It means paras like Jody Primrose and Katina Taylor, who have told their stories about building that important relationship that is so important to our students who need that extra help and support. And it means food service workers like Mick Kelly and Christina McGee, who keep our kids fed at Centennial and Comstock Hall, will have this economic security. With this provision, we are ending decades of unfairness, and we are providing our kids and our students that need it the most, the caring, experienced adults in the classroom, in our cafeteria, on our buses, and ensuring that they will be there to provide that education. This is a really, really good bill. I'm really, really proud of the work that this committee and our leaders did, and I am proud to vote green, and I hope you will support me.
Further discussion on repassage of House File 2497 is amended by conference. I recognize Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As a teacher for almost 20 years and now with a doctorate in education, I'm really excited to be able to be discussing this bill. I was very grateful to be a part of education policy this year and education policy and education finance last term. And I attended, even though I wasn't appointed to the conference committee, I attended all of the meetings, which I really enjoyed watching that process, and Chair Youakim and Chair Kunesh being able to see the collaboration and the discussion with that. Representative Kresha is right, the process was fair and transparent, and that was really, for a person who has never been a part of a conference committee before, that was really kind of exciting to be able to watch. This year, especially during DFL-controlled government, we have heard so much about transformation and how each bill is transformational. We've heard it with the elections bill, we've heard it with the public safeties bill, we've heard it with paid family leave, we've heard it with all the bills that we have come here, that they are transformational. And we've heard even today how this bill is historic, it's transformational. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I figured out what transformational means. It means more money. That's what that means. It means more money. And, there's a lot of things that cost money in our government, and there's a lot of things that you need to be able to pay for. And I am not going to stand here and say that we should not spend money on things that matter, especially core functions of government. Those things need to be prioritized. But I think it's funny when you think about money, especially if money is the only definition we have of being transformational, despite what we will hear from the other side. Because more money means more control. It means more mandates. The bill that you have in front of you has at least 65 mandates that will be put on our schools about what our school districts have to report on, how our schools have to teach, what they have to teach, where they're going to be teaching, what all of that is being discussed and negotiated and mandated in order to get the money that's promised by our almighty government. You have to accept these mandates. But the funny thing is that mandates cost money. And so while we are transformational in the amount of money we give, we're also transformational in the amount of mandates we give. Because not only does it transform our schools, but it decreases the amount of money that actually goes to our students and our teachers. Money equals control. We see here that money is going to be sent to MDE, which has so much now power and reporting and mandating over our local school boards, the school boards that our constituents elected. They pay taxes in that community, and so the school board members that run for that office, they go to the taxpayers and say, this is how I would like to represent you in our school board. And our school board is the one that is supposed to be the most nimble and responsive body of government when it comes to our schools. They are the ones that see our community, live in our community, work with our students, live among our students, work with our teachers, live among our teachers. But with our transformational bill here, with transformational money, is transformational power over our school boards. We also see that when it comes to this mandate of unemployment insurance. And it's really important to dispel some of the myths that we've been talking about with unemployment insurance. As much as our employees are worth retaining and worth paying more, worth all of they are, as a person who's been in the classroom for close to 20 years, I can't imagine what my professional life would be without the paraprofessionals. The truth is that how this is funded is going to leave a fiscal cliff that will devastate our schools. In the bill, you will see that it actually gives a $135 million one-time appropriation. That's a reimbursement. So people go ahead and apply for this, and then in the fall, then they can apply for a reimbursement. We have no idea how much it's going to cost a school, no idea how many people are going to apply. I've understood that in order to qualify for uninsurance, you have to have offered a job and then rejected that job, but that there's pretty narrow parameters on what that job can be, from what I've understood. And so people will be given a job opportunity and say, oh, no, I don't want that, and then they can go to employment. Never mind that we actually need tutors in our school. We actually need people helping during summer school for those who need to catch up. Unintended consequences of a transformational bill with transformational money, with transformational power. But what I find the most interesting about that is if you look at the provisions about this reimbursement, it says that if the money is not sufficient, which, let's be honest, it's not going to be. If the money is insufficient up to 2027, reimbursements just have to get smaller because we have to pay it, and we can't prioritize one school over another, so they just decrease. And the only way to fix that and to overcome this fiscal cliff with this transformational bill, with this transformational money and this transformational power is to take money from their general fund to cover this mandate. You know, our money, I've been told many times by the other side of the aisle, by the majority party, money reveals our priorities and reveals our values. We've already established that this bill is transformational, and that transformational means more money. And so that means that we should have a transformational view of our priorities and our transformational values. This is going to transform our schools because we are going to value and prioritize something that will actually make our schools successful. Well, let's just go ahead and look at the bill that's in front of us. The minority party went ahead and set a bill in front of you that would have given flexible funding of 5 and 5 on the formula with limited, if no, mandates. And instead, we have 4 and 2 with the extra mandates is actually just 4 and 0. And instead, we spend more money on MDE, more money on agencies, more money on nonprofits. We could have spent $100 million or even $200 million on the science of reading. Instead, we have 78 million, with only 35 million of that going to curriculum. Members, this transformational bill with transformational money, which is supposed to reveal our transformational values, comes up short. The bill that you have in front of you from the majority party values agencies, values MDE, values centralized controls, values bureaucracy. You could have, and instead you voted down, a bill that actually would give true transformation. With a 5 and 5, flexible funding that spurs innovation, prioritizes teachers and students, that empowered parents to make good choices for their students, that focuses and prioritizes the science of reading, and preserves pathways for teachers, especially as we're in a crisis of having teachers that are struggling to stay in the profession. 5 and 5 flexible funding could have given more money to our teachers rather than on the mandates that you have told the schools they have to do. So in conclusion, you're right. It is a transformational bill. The problem is it doesn't transform the way we need it to be. After COVID, our parents demand something different. They're not looking for more money in the same system. They're not looking for more money into something that we are seeing failing half of our students. Not because of the valiant efforts of our teachers, because our teachers are heroic and working with something that is unimaginable. Because the system itself traps our teachers, traps our students, traps our parents. The transformation that our parents are asking for are for funding to be able to actually give them choices, actually give them pathways to graduation, to find an education that fits their child, an education that embraces innovation, that embraces teachers and unleashes their innovation and ability to innovate and experiment and to really look at how we can feed into these children, that fosters relationships with the communities and gives so many options. We talk about educational choice. That's what we mean by educational choice. By making sure that money is flexible, that money goes to our teachers, goes to our students, empowers our parents. That's the kind of transformation that our teachers and parents and schools and students are looking for. So I will be a no on this bill today. And for those who are listening and wonder how a teacher of almost 20 years with a doctorate in education can say no, it's because of this. It's because when we decide to be transformational, we better make sure that that transformation actually positively affects our students, our teachers, and our parents. And unfortunately, with our narrow definition of more money, this bill comes up short for me. Thank you for so much of the staff and for the leaders. But as it stands, I'm going to be a no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I think we're going to hear a lot about a lot of different provisions on this side of the aisle and some concerns. Yes, it's transformational. If disfigurement is a type of transformation, this bill gives some money to schools and then takes it away, puts mandates over students, takes away local control, and we're going to hear a lot of different concerns from this side of the aisle about that. But I wanted to focus on one particular provision today, and that is the provision in Section 45 on page 74, line 4. And that is the bigoted and shameful provision in this bill that targets two particular Christian colleges that, as the author of this bill said, represent a narrow subset of the Christian faith. We had a long discussion about this provision. It unfortunately passed out of this House, but it faced bipartisan opposition in the Senate and was stripped out, and unfortunately it's back. Like a zombie, it was killed once. It will be killed again, I'm confident, when this bill is challenged in the federal courts. It will be challenged, it will be struck down. So in that sense, I mean, the practical effect of this provision is fairly limited. The practical effect will be that the state of Minnesota will pay some money to the Attorney General's office and then pay some more money to the lawyers for the parents and schools that challenge this provision when they prevail in federal court. I did, in the spirit of Representative Dowd, I did want to offer some friendly advice to try to save you from yourselves, those of you who are planning to vote for this provision. This provision, as we learned in an earlier debate on another bill, this provision and advocacy for this provision itself is likely something that can be regarded as a bias incident that the Minnesota Department of Human Rights is going to be tracking based on the funding that we provided for them yesterday. And that funding is going to, the funding that we approved yesterday, according to the Department of Human Rights budget document, is going to have some software updates and required staff ready to go by January 1, 2024. And first of all, I do want to make clear, what I'm saying right here today is not legal advice. I am not your lawyer. This is for informational purposes only. But this is, I think it's important that you all hear this. And I know that it looks like there are several members here who might vote for this bill who aren't here on the floor. And so I hope those of you who are here make sure that they also receive this information, because I think it's important. I think it's important. As Representative Dowd has pointed out, and I think it's helpful to keep in mind, Article 4, Section 10 of the Minnesota Constitution does say that for speech and debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any place. So you can say what you want on this floor. I'm confident that the Department of Human Rights will follow this provision in the Minnesota Constitution and will not put you in the bias registry for what you put on this, for what you say on the floor today. But if you do plan to vote for this bill, I suggest that you go back and watch the debate on the bias registry. I asked the author of the bias registry bill whether advocating for a PSEO exclusion that targeted 2 particular Christian colleges would be considered a bias incident that would go in the registry. And if I remember her answer correctly, I think it was kind of a qualified yes, that this probably does go into the bias registry. So if you do plan to vote for this bill, I recommend not voting for this bill, first of all. But if you do plan to vote for this bill, my very strong recommendation is that at least by January 1st of 2024, that you're really careful about what you say out there in your campaigns about your advocacy for this bill, about your vote in favor of this bill. Because, again, this bill targets 2 particular Christian colleges in Minnesota based on their religious belief, based on the fact that they are, as Representative Pryor said, represent a narrow subset of the Christian faith. It targets students who, because of their Christian faith, would like to participate in post-secondary enrollment options at those 2 particular schools because of the faith statement that they do have. And so just, again, in the spirit of helping you all out, if you do plan to vote for this bill, again, my recommendation is to vote no. If you do plan to vote for this bill, just think about the funding that we approved yesterday. Again, only those of us on that side of the aisle. There was actually bipartisan opposition for approving this funding yesterday, but there was a partisan support by the majority to fund this. I guess now we rebranded it Analyzing Civil Rights Trends. But again, the civil rights trend of targeting a particular subset of the Christian faith, that's something that we did fund the Department of Human Rights to track. And so starting at least in January 1st of 2024, according to the Minnesota Department of Human Rights budget document, that is something that is going to be out there if you do talk about your support for this bill. Just be careful. Friendly advice. I think it's a bad idea to have that database, but again, the members on the other side of the aisle voted for it. I expect the governor is going to sign that, and then the Department of Human Rights, at the direction of the governor and the governor's budget document, is going to have that data tracking system. So just keep that in mind if you do vote for this bill. I recommend a no vote. I'll be voting no here today. Thanks.
Further discussion to repassage of House File 2497 is submitted by conference. I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transformational, so that's the word we're going with, and I'm going to walk down that. Part of the journey that we have had in the education conference has been really exciting, because I know we're all probably going to stand up and say, I was a teacher for X amount of years or whatever, but that is really amazing. We have school board members. We have individuals who Chair Youakim goes back and is still a para in her school. I worked as a liaison. We have principals that have really shown up and given us all the perspectives, and I appreciate that about this work. Historically, though, we know that through education, and I'm going to piggyback on the Christian faith here, is that the Christian faith played a really big role in eliminating Indigenous people through education, through boarding schools. And the transformational piece of this that I find in our Indian education component is the transformation that representation matters. And we're investing in us. We're investing in our history, our language, the land in which we stand on. When we pass Indigenous Peoples Day, we'll talk about the beauty of our culture in our schools. And so, though, yes, there's been these other things that are pointed out. And one thing that I do appreciate, too, is that we've worked across the aisle on some of this language, on making adjustments as we could, and really seeing that. But at the end of the day, I don't know if you've all seen, we've had a bunch of kids that have come through in different groups up here. And I've taken the time to go up, and I've seen some of you take the time to go up and talk to kids. And one of the neatest things that was just said to me this morning when I went up to talk to them is a little girl said, "It was so cool to see you down there because you look just like me." And that's what this is about. And I appreciate the chairs allowing us to add this into these spaces. I appreciate our staff really working hard on getting this language right, and understanding what the impact is going to be for the future generations who look like me, who look like Kozlowski, who look like Jamie Becker-Finn. Those things matter. So I do appreciate a green vote and will stand behind this any day. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, is not in the chamber. The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl, is in the chamber. Representative Erdahl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to talk longer than usual. I got to get ready. First of all, that is the third person now that's talked about transformation. And yes, transformation is something that's important. It's part of this bill. But transformation, different meaning to different people. So I want to emphasize transformers are more than meet the eye. All right, took a little while. Then continuing here, would Chair Youakim, no, I'm not going to do that. I'd like to, first of all, thank Chair Youakim and Chair Pryor, Leads, Krisha, and Bennett, and staff for all the work that's gone into this bill. As a teacher of 35 years, I know how important education is. I'd like to highlight a few things. First of all, funding. Yeah, more funding, that's good. Something finally done on the cross-subsidy, that's good. But we could have done more, and I'll mention that as we go through this. I'm glad that personal finance is included. Representative Hassan, her bill, I worked on that bill also in the past. Something else I was going to talk about. Let me check through my notes, see if I can find it. Oh yeah, civics. After 7 years of trying, my provision to teach civics as a course for credit to juniors and seniors is finally going to happen. So again, thank the chairs and those who have worked on this with me in the past, even going back to Representative Erickson a long time ago. There's a lesson in this, and that is to be persistent. If you believe you can make things happen. We've worked on this through Democrat and through Republican majorities, and again, I'm thankful that in this bill, it's finally there. It's needed. The National Education of Progress evaluation that just came out last week shows that we've dipped another 2 points in the proficiency of civics education in Minnesota. We're now at 22%. So less than 1 in 4 graduate from our schools proficient in the knowledge of how our state and national governments work. Now, there are some things that are missing that I would like to have seen included in here that I've worked on personally. Teacher, staff, safety. It's an issue in our schools. It needs to be addressed. We had an amendment on that did make it off the House floor, got lost in conference committee, and we need to look at this more next year. Also, with our student teaching. We have to do more to attract and retain teachers and to train good teachers. And having a paid student teaching program, I think, is needed. I'm also, even though it's not the purview of this bill, of this committee, I'm disappointed that the majority didn't choose to do more about teacher pensions. Now, I do have some other concerns. The number of unfunded mandates thrust upon our school districts is one. Infringement on local control. I mentioned that there's more funding here. That's good. But Republicans proposed 5%, 5%, and it's 4%, 2%. Also, going back to the cross-subsidy. We've been talking about this for years and years and years. I mean, the federal government had pledged 40% coverage of the special education funding. And they never lived up to beyond, I believe, 17%. Now, this is an important step forward that's taken in this bill to cover 44%, but we had hoped for and had supported a 50%. Now, what does the cross-subsidy mean? For those that are listening and don't understand, it's that they have to take money from their general fund in the school districts and cross it over to pay for special education. Now, another area of concern is what's going on in history in our country and in the state of Minnesota. Now, that's what I was primarily a teacher of, American history. That NAEP report that I mentioned says that the proficiency rate in our country for knowledge of history education is 18%. 18%. We're ignoring it. Now, in this bill, ethnic studies is strongly emphasized, even to the point of including them in our standards. Now, I don't oppose that. Ethnicity and diversity need to be emphasized in our changing culture and demographics. Teach it, but make sure that it doesn't come at the expense of teaching the true history of our state and country. If we don't know who we were, we can't understand who we are. History is our country's memory. Even with our warts, America is exceptional. Teaching about the wrongs of our past without stressing the exceptionalism of our nation leads to a generation that doesn't understand our past and, in fact, can disparage it. Now, Abraham Lincoln is a case in point. Last year, I gave a speech about our 16th president. I admitted his mistakes, but explained about how even in the face of immense political pressure, overwhelming public outcry, personal tragedy, and trying to save the Union in the midst of a great civil war, he rose to greatness by trying to do what he felt was right for Minnesota and the nation. For our state of Minnesota, it's very important that both sides of what Lincoln dealt with and how he dealt with it are taught. Teach the truth. Advance understanding. Do what is right in the classroom for Minnesota and for America. That should be our message in teaching history, because our history is the fabric of who we are. The philosopher George Santayana once said, "Those who ignore the lessons of history are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past." Remember, we do approve standards as a legislature, but curriculum is local. So involve yourselves in school boards and in these local curriculums. Again, there are some very good things in this bill. And again, I thank Chair Youakim and Chair Pryor for their work and what they did with this bill, except for the things that I don't like. I wish I could vote for it, but with the unfunded mandates and some of these other issues and concerns that I've expressed, can't vote for it. And so with that, I will conclude my remarks and hope that some of these things that I've commented about can be worked on and improved in the future.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I learned when I got to be a state representative in a district the size of 8 or 9 other states, that education is diverse. And there are different types of education in my district alone. I want to speak right now to a school called Indus. And Indus is an outdoor magnet school. And everything in this bill is not what Indus does. Indus takes kids and brings them through a program to be line cooks or servers. And then there's kids learning welding and kids learning to be electricians and plumbers. This is in high school, and this is in a very remote part of Minnesota. And they're struggling. They're struggling right now. They need help. We're trying to figure out how to help them. And I looked in this bill and I couldn't find anything where we could help them. That's not the reason that I'm not voting for it. One of the reasons I'm not voting for it is the mandates, because the school system, the way it is right now, is on a shoestring, and now we're putting mandates on the system. The unique thing, again, about schools like Indus or International Falls or North Home or Grand Portage or Grand Marais is everywhere we go, we bus. We have to bus. And I believe it started at 70%, the help, and now it's down to 35. This hurts our areas. Our area needs help. Rural Minnesota, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future. All I know is when I got elected, one of my selling points on me in the elections system is our school system is broke. And I don't mean money broke, and I don't mean our teachers. The whole thing needs to be looked at. And when we do that, I will participate. I'll be part of it. I'm not an expert in it. I don't claim to be an expert. And in a way, I don't want to be an expert, but by de facto, I'm going to be an expert. So I'm going to learn how to solve this problem because I believe it's a problem. I believe this is where the problem is going to get solved. And I look forward to working with you. But right now, again, we're trying to teach kids how to enter the world and be a good citizen and be a good person. And it seems like we're missing the point. And I'm hoping that in the future we can do it. This one, mediocrity is not equity. Our kids deserve more. Our kids deserve an opportunity, and they're getting one, but not like they could. I look at a school like Indus, and I'm looking at the kids. I was up there a couple weeks ago, going through the classroom, beyond impressed. Just how it works. They help each other, they need each other, they understand that. Class size is not big, not because they don't want it big, there's not enough people up there. So that makes learning better for everyone. So I look forward to seeing a better bill someday, but this one isn't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. This is probably one of the most important things that we're gonna do, that we should do. It's future of the state. We've heard a lot about some of the specifics in here, and it's easy on this side to be critical, of course, and I try not to do that too often. There are a couple of things, and I'm going to be very quick in what I'm bringing up. We've heard about the mandates, and I've got a list of them in front of me, and they are significant. I'm looking at 65 new mandates that don't really have costs associated with them. I've heard from all of my school districts, and I have one of the biggest school districts in the state in my district. It's Anoka-Hennepin. They're not really all that in favor of these new mandates. But, you know, the interesting thing, and I keep hearing, you know, these bills that are transformational and they're historic, and I think that's great. One of the things that seems to be missing in this bill is just the simple elimination of the school boards. You know, it seems like the legislature and the Minnesota Department of Ed just want to completely take over our education system. And if that's the case, you know, let's have the debate and let's discuss it. One of the things that I'm very concerned with in this bill is there is a section that talks about educational, you know, excellence, but you know, Minnesota has had some of the worst educational disparities and outcomes for a really long time. And I wasn't on education. I didn't hear, and hopefully Chair Youakim will address some of this in her closing remarks on, you know, on this particular bill, and talk about how this transformational education bill is going to start increasing those outcomes. I mean, what do we have? Less than 50% of third graders read at third grade level. Less than 70% of eighth graders do math at the eighth grade level. And when I knocked on doors in my district, and it's a pretty even district. It's not super conservative. It's not super liberal. A lot of young families moving into my district, and they all said to me, you know what? I want you to fund our education system, and I want you to hold it accountable. I want to be able to count on, you know, taking my kids to school, not being afraid. Not being afraid that they're going to be, you know, that they're going to get hurt, but they're going to be, you know, that they are going to be educated, and they are going to be challenged, and hold our schools to the highest academic standards that you possibly can. And the challenge I see in this bill today is that I don't see that. I see a lot of the same similar. The one thing that is different, and I think it's a big choice that this side has made, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know, we took roughly $50 million and we put it into nonprofits for ancillary type services, and I think many of them are important. But that was a choice, and it was a big choice. And that, along with what we decided early on this year to provide, you know, lunch for no cost to families that didn't necessarily need it, we made a choice again, and we said, you know what? Teacher pensions, the most important thing that we can do to educate our kids, are less important than our political agenda. That's what we said. With the $50 million in this bill that goes to nonprofits, with the $200 million that we put to free lunch for families that theoretically can afford it on their own, we literally could have bought down teacher salaries to 60 and 30. We could have done it. And Representative Wolgamott had a bill just recently, and I was in support of that bill. It literally would have, you know, dropped the teacher retirement 2 years, just 2 years. We could have made an effort to say, you know what, teachers, you're important. School today is different than when I went there. It's a lot different. But teachers today, and maybe you guys have heard this, I'm not sure if you have or not gotten emails, teachers today have to work until they're 66. They have massive early retirement penalties. But this bill, and I was hopeful that when this bill came back from conference, there was going to be some money that would have made a small commitment to the teachers of Minnesota that said, you know what, we value you, we understand the challenges that you face, and we're going to make a small effort to try to improve your pension. And we didn't. We didn't touch it. We haven't touched it all year. We're not serious. We're not serious about teachers. We're serious about nonprofits. You know, we're serious about, you know, taking over the curricula writing for our school districts. We're serious about saying, you know what, school board members, your job is just to, pass new referendums. That's your job, because we're going to take over everything else. We could have done, and I agree with Representative, Erdahl. There is some really good things in this bill. It's big. When anything's big, there's going to be some good in it, and I appreciate that work. But I think sometimes when we lose track, when we don't maybe engage as much as we could with the other side. I was just talking to Representative Weiner in the back, and he was lamenting and saying, it just seems like there should be more common ground that we can find here. Whenever a bill gets introduced, it's transformational, and it's historical, and we applaud it, and we have a big party. And on this side, we think it's the worst thing that's happened in the world. And I said, neither of those things are true. It is in the middle where we need to find. And I think the first time I stood on this floor, I said something to the effect that, I've always been of a belief that there's not one person, not one party, not one organization that has all the right answers. And I still believe that today, and it's something that I've learned even more, that I wish there was a little bit more of this side's, input into this bill. I think we could have done some transformational things, and I think we could have respected teachers, and I think we could have made a small commitment to what we know is the most important thing in educating the future leaders of this state. And we didn't do it, and for that reason, there's not a chance that I will vote for this bill, because it leaves out one of the most important things, and that's our educators. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope everyone votes right on this bill.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And looking at the latest chart and some of the data, frankly, mandates for the districts that I've been meeting with down in southern Minnesota, mandates are adding more cost than they're going to get from additional funding, and sometimes over twice as much cost. I know that might be confusing to some members, but, well, 3 of the bottom 6 lowest per pupil funded districts are in my House district. Byron, the lowest is 9513. 6 of the bottom dozen with the lowest tax capacity. Well, that means they're property tax poor. They don't have the businesses, so when a levy goes on, that money hits the homeowners and the families. And that's a problem for them because they're property poor. However, if I look at these districts are doing better than most districts in the state. Last week, I attended a School of Excellence award presentation to Casa Manorville Elementary School. They were recognized for the second time this century for being a School of Excellence in the state of Minnesota. A few years ago, I attended a national award to one of the Byron schools because of their quality and excellence and what they were providing for their students. These districts don't have a lot of money, but they do know how to provide the students the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in life. These mandates are mainly driven by we've got problems in a few really poor, bad districts that are not providing for their students. that have low graduation rates, low scores. You know, many students don't have reading or math proficiencies. And as a legislator, I understand we need to try and do something to help. But being very familiar with school districts and their funding, I was all 6 of those property poor, and of course all 3 of those in the low per pupil funding were part of ZED, and I was on the governing board. For a while I was a president. For another period I was a treasurer. On the Byron School Board, I was a treasurer. So I understand, especially special ed and other funding issues at our schools. But I also understand when you add a mandate, that in effect taxes and takes away from the funds they can spend on the classroom. It also takes away from the precious time, the classroom time. When a teacher is helping the student in the classroom, you're taking away from that for a mandate. And frankly, if you want to do 60 or 70 or whatever number of mandates, look at what school districts need those. Because the districts I work with don't need a bunch of new mandates because their kids, well, Byron, 3 of the last few years, they've had 100% graduation. They are exceeding the state average in proficiency in the other tests. This bill, I believe, gets rid of some of the testing. Apparently, it's bad to understand where there's lacking in providing for our kids. So we're not going to continue these testings because it'll look bad. I don't know any other reason that you would not want to have a continuation of tracking, are we helping the kids? Do they have the skills? Because a lot of schools look, when they see that, they say, these students need some additional help, and they provide that. But getting rid of data does no one, except for the publicity department, any help, because we take data not to go, ooh, look at me, or ooh, look at them. It's to look, the kids need something. We aren't doing the right way to help these kids with math or reading or life skills. And that's what the data's for. And frankly, Minnesota used to rank pretty high nationally. And what, about 6-8 years ago, I was shocked. Florida, on standardized testing, the national tests, Latino male students in Florida had a higher average on those standard tests than the average student in Minnesota and 22 other states. They had issues a decade before, and what they did is said, let's look at the data. Let's address it on the schools that need it addressed, and they went from performing poorly to performing greatly. Our students deserve that kind of consideration. I'm not on the Ed Finance Committee, but in past years when I have, we always heard this is the new flavor of the year for education. It's going to solve our problems. I always had one question. What about the kids that are sitting at the desks this year that are going to graduate? What are we doing for them? Or the ones next year? Why are we waiting for this? Oh, in a few years it'll help. We need to allow the schools the options and control to do what their students need. This bill contains a whole bunch of, we up here on high know exactly what you should be doing, so we're taking away the control from the school board because you don't know. We do. Well, that's wrong. I've been on a school board, and a school board is made up of people that not only care about education, they actually know the faces and the names of those kids. They know the families, the community. Those are the people that are invested in their heart to do something for those kids, to make the best decision, not the people on high. And frankly, a state school board approach or a state mandated isn't going to save those districts that are having problems and have had problems for decades. And there needs to be we need to do something to help them. But in that action, we should not be destroying the vast majority of the districts that are doing great things for their kids, that have built up a tradition where the community is involved and engaged. But when the state says, we know better, that disincentivizes the community to be involved in the school, because what does it matter? The state's making all the decisions. They know better than us. And that's the part of the problem with this bill. I remember sitting in committee and having a testifier from the Minnesota Education. And he said, and Byron doesn't have the money to purchase new math textbooks. This is horrible. We need to, go on for whatever the proposal was. Not too long after that, Byron received the National Intel Math Award for having developed a math curriculum that was tops in the nation. It wasn't because of, the new math books. It was because, frankly, those textbooks weren't doing it for the kids. They were a piece of, I can't say. So they said, let us come together and develop something that'll work for our kids. And it did. That's the kind of innovation this bill crushes by taking away and diminishing local control. By saying one direction, one way is the way. It's not. Children are individuals. Communities vary. Every 4 years, the population in a school could be drastically changed, and a different approach might work better for those students. That flexibility is what's needed. Options. Because options allow for the people that know the faces and the names of their children to do what's best for them. And isn't that why we're doing bills like this? To give the best for the kids. And that's why I'm disappointed by this bill. I guess there's a lot more that I could go into, but this is stuff I'm so familiar with because that's what I did before I came up here. And part of the reason of coming up here was to make a difference at this level, to help local districts help their kids. And frankly, even the best idea that's going to work great for these children here might not work at all for these other children. But we just see numbers. We don't see the faces and the names. So our job should be enabling those that do know the community and the children's names to have the decision of what option is going to best provide for that child. I'm going to vote no.
The member from Roseau, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, as the guy who travels the farthest in the state with a bunch of rural educators, it's frustrating to see this bill take local control away from our local school districts and put mandates over students and take away that local control. In particular, what I want to address more than anything, as a number of our members have already talked about the funding issues and the mandates. But in the spirit of local control, there's a provision in this bill regarding logo concerns for mascots. That's very disappointing. We were able to fix this in the Senate with an amendment that was stripped out in conference committee, and I'm failing to understand why we had a number of our members from Warroad down to address the issue with the authors of the bill and the provision. So I just want to kind of give you a little bit of a background on the Warroad situation. Disappointed that that didn't make the final conference committee report. But Warroad, Minnesota has a rich, rich history. The people that are gifted that land to the first school, and alongside that, they requested that the Warrior name and logo be used for athletic competitions. The current logo was designed by an indigenous artist and is actually trademarked by the Warroad School, by the system's American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. The sale of every item used in that Warroad Warrior logo generates money for programs benefiting Indigenous youth. The American Indian Education Program of Warroad Schools is committed to working together with parents and families in order to meet this unique educational need, this cultural need to keep that Indian heritage alive. Now, I've had this battle before up in Warroad, and back in 2013, 2014, the National Coalition Against Racism in Sports and Media recognized and agreed to the use of the Warroad Warrior logo as a respectful and the indigenous culture of the people of the region. A traditional pipe ceremony was held to rededicate that commitment to its ongoing use and the proud heritage it represents. So the goals and activities that are determined with assistance of the guidance of this Parental Advisory Committee include to assist Native American students in attaining academic success, to provide Native American students with information about Indian culture and heritage, and to promote cultural diversity by building bridges between the community, between the staff and the parents and the students. This American Indian Advisory Council is made up of community members all over town there. I've got a letter here I want to read quick, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. But some of the folks that were down here made 3-4 trips down, reminding you that this is a 6-hour drive one way, to make the case for why this culture needs to be sustained in their community. And so I've got a letter from Emily Shogby, the mother of this year's Mr. Hockey, Jason Shogby. And I'm just going to read bits and pieces of this, but I want you to listen to this, because I don't think they were heard. We had Henry Boucher in to testify in committee. You got 2 minutes. My husband and children are blood descendants of the Native men that sold the land to the school and made the warrior head and name to be honored by that school. We as a family have fought and dug to try and get some history and culture back for the next generations. The Warroad education system has done a wonderful job teaching, educating, loving, and honoring the Native ways and people. My kids have learned how to harvest rice again, how to bead beautiful Native art and jewelry. They have learned more of the language, what their ancestors believed and fought for, the traditions and the song and the dance, and so much more. If it wasn't for the Warrior Warriors name and symbol, these classes at the school would have been lost to my children. These kids, whether in hockey or robotics, in basketball or Knowledge Bowl, are representing not just what the Warrior Warriors, but not just Warrior Warriors, but all Native people when they wear the warrior symbol. The current wording in this bill would change everything we've worked so long and hard for, and not for the better. So it's transformational, folks, but not for these people, not what they want to see. It would suppress Natives once again. That's her words. So I know Representative Keeler mentioned before, and I see she's gone, about the Christian faith and the role it played, and I'm not going to make the case for or against what that is. I know there's history. About the role in diminishing the culture, the Native American culture. But it looks to me like the DFL is finishing the job. So with that, we're talking about tribal sovereignty here. Not only tribal sovereignty, but this bill just destroys school board sovereignty, parental sovereignty. Our schools need funding that is flexible to meet priorities set by parents, to set a measurable goal, and then get out of the way, and this bill fails that. So this is a bill that puts mandates over students, takes away local control from school districts, and while Democrats say this is a historic investment in schools, with all the added mandates and administrative bureaucracies, most districts, many districts, I know all of mine and all the phone calls I've received, will struggle and be left with more and more difficult budgets than they're experiencing now. So with that, members, just like every other DFL omnibus bill this session, these bills just grow government, create more bureaucracy, and I'd urge you to vote no.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hudella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what's the one tangible item that everybody associates with education? Like you could hold it in your hand. It's not a chalkboard. An apple, I heard it. Yep, it's on every ad, every hug your teacher social media post. It's the apple. Well, members, we have an issue with some rot in our Minnesota educational apple, and it's associated around how we deal with, how we vet, how we integrate nonprofits within that educational system. This year in our educational committee, Ed Finance, we had nonprofits coming before our group, some of which had $170 million in the stock market, and they were here looking for more money. We had some with sitting senators on their board, and they were here looking for money. We had one that the author of the bill was also the signature on that organization's 990 in their most visible tax return. We had some that were filing improperly for their tax returns. We had other ones that were violating federal tax laws with how they present an EIN or their tax ID number. There were just a lot of issues, and I'm not blaming any one person, any one party. What I'm getting at is right now, our system of how we bring in these nonprofits and try and integrate them into our educational system is broke. We lack vetting here in the legislature. We lack vetting at MDE. And at the end of the day, we still had some groups come through that are included in this omnibus bill that are marginal at best for receiving funding from our state. And I'm not going to get into motives. I'm not going to get into paybacks or anything crazy like that. I would actually like to commend Chair Youakim and the members of the committee on both sides, because a number of these nonprofits that we saw weren't included in the omnibus bill. So I think some decisions were made that, hey, yep, this group isn't ready. What I'm encouraging our body to do going forward, I know it came up in Ways and Means, it was attached there for a while, is to take a hard look, and we as legislators, before we bring that group before the body, and I don't care which side of the aisle you're on, make sure they're doing good business. Make sure that they are here to really serve a purpose, whether it's in education or another committee in which we're doing work. We have to get better at that. The other members on this side are going to talk about the 9,000 other reasons that we should vote red on this bill. But as a group, we have to get better at nonprofits, and we have to make sure that they're being vetted, because it's our taxpayers' dollars from every district across the state that are funding them. Again, vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an incredible bill. I won't say transformative, but spoiler alert, it is. It's also deeply meaningful. All of us ran for office because we had a story, right? There were people in our district that believed that their story was like our story, and they elected us to carry it to this chamber and to do the work to transform their lives, their neighbors' lives, and Minnesotans' lives. And that's what this bill does. And we've heard about education being underfunded for years, and it has, but we're going to change that with this bill. Now, I'm really excited about this bill, and it's not because every bill that I brought forth to the Education Committee is in it, but also it is. So I was really honored. I've been working on a bill since my first term, and it's only my second term, I get it. But I'm really excited that I was able to accomplish that this year, and I was able to accomplish it as HF 8, one of the top 10 governor's priorities. And this is my story, and it is how having a full-time, on-campus school counselor and how that changed the trajectory of my son's education and therefore our family. I won't tell the story. Those of you in the committees have heard it. But I will tell you when I spoke with a math teacher, and she told me about a young woman in her classroom that used to choke herself until she passed out, nearly daily, and then she would wake up. But imagine that happening in the classroom. Now imagine if you're that teacher and you have to leave the classroom, you have to tend to the young woman, you can't teach the rest of your students, that young woman's not learning, none of the class are learning, and how disruptive that is. But in this story, there was a school counselor on site. So the math teacher would take the young woman down to the school counselor, maybe a minute and a half, get back to the classroom. She would teach the rest of the students, and then that young woman would come back, and she would continue with the class. So the teacher is teaching, the students are learning, including the young woman. And that's what we find when we have enough mental health support personnel in our schools. Now, we know that our kiddos come to school with traumas. They always have. That's never going to change. But we're seeing an increase. And so it is our job here to address what our families are going through, what our parents are asking us to do, what my district will proudly re-elect me for, because that's what they've asked for. When I talk about this bill at the door, it's going to change lives. So in this bill, HF 8, governor's priority, just want to throw that out there again. This helps our students and their families.
Mr. Speaker.
It helps.
Representative Schultz, please state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Mason, section 111, actually 111, it specifically states that reference to the executive branch, and in particular, the governor, may not be used to influence a vote.
Representative Berg, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Representative Schultz. I'll fall in line. So this bill helps students and their families. This bill helps our teachers in the classroom. because they will have the support of the mental health personnel, and like that math teacher, will be able to continue to teach the rest of the students in their classroom. This helps the staff because they're there for the staff too. And it gives the staff and our teachers the resources to help our students. When we have school nurses in our schools, they help teach about hygiene, about appropriate emotional responses. When we have school counselors, they can give advice of options for our kiddos beyond their high school education. Show them a pathway to post-secondary. When we have school psychologists, school social workers, we're meeting our students and their families where they're at, and we are giving them resources, transforming lives. Now, we also put in this bill funding to create a pipeline so that we can recruit more folks into the profession and keep the mental health of our students, teachers, staff front of mind and able to be addressed. I also just want to quickly talk about one more bill of mine that I'm proud of to have in this bill. And this was a bill that I wrote with a constituent who was a teacher in the Alternative Learning Center. And I've been given permission by my youngest son to say that's where he attended some of his high school years. And this is a really incredible bill because what we are doing with this bill in every way is removing barriers for our students. I cannot imagine there is one person in this room that does not want to remove as many barriers as possible, educate our students, take care of their mental health, give them opportunities for the future, increase our workforce. So this bill simply changes the age of students in the public school system. They can now finish up their public school education at age 22 instead of 21. That doesn't seem like a lot, but it is because coming out of the pandemic, so many of our kiddos were behind. And that's not their fault. So they don't get punished. They get an extra year to complete their education. Members, parents in the room, parents listening, do you really not want to spend as much money as we are allowed, as much time crafting deeply, deeply meaningful and transformative policy to help our kids? I am certain that the answer is absolutely yes, and that board's going to light up green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of the conference committee report for House File 2497. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly about the sparsity funding in this bill, or the lack thereof. And I know, Representative Hill, you represent a large portion of Forest Lake School District, and I have just a small part of it, but I've been in contact with the superintendent there. And needless to say, what is in this bill is not adequate. However, in the Republican bill, the DE, we fully funded sparsity funding for what they needed. In my conversations with him, they run $500,000 in deficit every year because of this sparsity issue. It's just so expensive to run the buses, and the district is very, very large geographically. And so what that amounts to, so that you can put it in perspective, is 8 to 10 teachers a year. That's the equivalent of what they have to do without, because they have to pay out of the general fund for this sparsity funding on their own. And this bill will only allow them to get $20,000 additional dollars this year and $30,000 additional the following year, which out of $500,000 a year is really, it's better than nothing, but it's still a far cry from what they really need to close this gap. So members, there's no reason with a $17.5 billion surplus that we couldn't do better in this regard. No reason at all. Members, please vote no. This bill puts mandates over students and takes away local control from our school districts. and it doesn't do enough to fill the gaps in these different funding silos that put our smaller, spread out schools geographically at a deficit. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to start by thanking Chair Youakim and Chair Pryor and Lead Bennett and Lead Krisha. Being new here, I've learned a lot. So thank you. Last fall, when I was asked, what would you want to be on? What committees would you want to be on? What do you feel passionate about? I thought, I love kids. I love my kids. I love your kids. I love kids. And I have concerns about these failing test scores that I've been reading about. Education. I would like to be on education. And I was. And I'm so happy that I was put there. And as committee started, my husband, we would talk at night and he'd say, how's it going? How are you doing? What are you learning? How are you helping kids? And I would say, so far, it's going okay. We're learning things. I'm not helping kids yet. We're not helping kids. We're not helping teachers. We're not helping our schools yet, but it'll get better, I'm sure. So weeks turned into a month turned into a couple months, and still, we're not helping kids. We're not helping our teachers, and we're not helping our schools. And now this is the final product of this session. And I can still say, we're not helping our kids, we're not helping our teachers, and we're not helping our schools. You know, I want to start by just talking about the unemployment insurance benefit that's in this bill. We love our hourly workers. We love our lunch ladies. Actually, for a few years in school, especially grade school, I think our custodians and our lunch ladies were like my best friends. I love them. And I know they work hard, and they deserve benefits. They deserve to get paid well. They deserve to make a living. We love them. But financial decisions cannot be made based on emotions only. This has to be thought through. We have to use some common sense and some financial common sense, some economics would be even better. This doesn't do that. It's cleaned up a little bit now. We're going to fund the first year of unemployment insurance benefits. We're going to give that money to the unemployment insurance office. It should cover the first year, maybe a few million for the next year. But that's it. Then what? Then what are our schools going to do? They're still on the hook for this. This is still another unfunded government mandate, and this one mandate in particular will eat up 2% of the formula increase. That will turn the formula increase from a 4 and 2 to a 2 and 0. That's worse than what our schools are currently receiving. Just offer them a summer job, was the response we heard earlier. Just offer them a summer. Well, that's even more expensive. To pay people to work at their current rate of pay and the hours they're working when they're not needed will cost more than what they're having to get or what they're getting from unemployment insurance. It's ridiculous. We're strapping our schools. The transportation sparsity. I'm sure Forest Lake is really going to like this. Let's decrease that. The READ Act. When we got to the READ Act in committee, I was like, yes, we're finally going to help our kids. We're finally going to help our kids read. We're finally going to help the 50%, half of the kids in Minnesota that can't read. We're finally going to help them read. But no, that falls short. We need a strong, aggressive reading program in Minnesota based in the science of reading. No room for loopholes. It's a tragedy. We have children that cannot read. If you can't read, you cannot learn. I have 5th graders that were taught how to read by memorizing books, guided reading. Let's memorize books. Here you go, bring them home, show your parents you can read this, and they'll think you can read, and then nobody will know the difference, and now you'll hit 5th grade. And once you're in 5th grade and you actually have to sound out words in your science textbook, in your social studies textbooks, you have no idea how to do that because you were never taught phonics. We're not helping students there. Ethnic studies. Yep, it got watered down in the conference committee a little, but it's still the same thing. You're pitting children against children. You are teaching children to look at each other through a lens of color, that the color of their skin makes or breaks what happens in their life. And that's ridiculous. This is absurd. Teaching children to judge each other based on the color of their skin is abhorrent. Non-exclusionary discipline. Well, I guess that kind of ties us back to last night and our public safety bill. But now we're going to target kids. Let's teach kids that they don't have to deal with the consequences of their behaviors. And let's start them in kindergarten. No consequences. Nobody has to pay the price for their behaviors. PSEO, how disappointing. Crown College and Northwestern are excellent colleges. Their PSEO programs, I have no doubt, are better than any. And now you're trying to strong arm them. You're trying to bully them into dropping their statements of faith. Heaven forbid a Christian would want to go there and claim that they're a Christian. You're not going to win that. They're just not going to do PSEO, and guess what? That's a lot less options for our kids. What we need for our schools, what our schools need, what I hear every day from our superintendents in our schools, is they need funding and flexibility. Quit tying their hands. Give them the money and let them do with it what they need. Literacy is learning. A child that can't read can't learn. 50% of our kids can't read, and so therefore 50% of our kids are not learning. This bill does not fix that. Local control. Our school boards know best. They are the parents of our students. They're the grandparents of our students. They're retired teachers. They're retired principals. They're people that care about their community. They know the needs of their community, and they know best. Leave them alone. How dare you come in and tell them that you can do their job better? You can't, and we see it. This bill is really disappointing. I was really excited to be on education committees because I do love kids. I do love our schools. I love our teachers. I was really hoping that we were going to be able to make a difference. We have an unprecedented amount of money right now. Why not make a big investment in education? Why not use that to try to help half of our children that can't read? Nope. This bill does not do that. Members, vote no.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what this bill does. This bill absolutely makes sure that kids can read. And it does so by listening to our teachers, by partnering with our superintendents, with listening to not lawmakers, but to educators. And it does so by doing that all throughout the state. And so just because we say something in this chamber doesn't mean it's fact. Right now, we know that we have a literacy crisis, and this is a bipartisan issue. It's so sad to me. Representative Robbins, you and I have worked on this issue for years. I wish you would have signed on to this bill because it will pass. And $90 million over the next 4 years will go to make sure that our kids have access to literacy. So if we believe that because you have more money, you should have access to reading, then let's not pass the READ Act. Let's not do that. Because what it does, because right now I can afford to have my kids go through a screener that will cost $1,000, and then I'll pay for 12 sessions, $1,200 for my kids to get the literacy interventions 4 years that they will need, and that will put them ahead. Unequal. It is unfair based on how much money your family has. The READ Act goes to stop that. And it goes by looking at what we have historically done. The Legislative Library looked up for me this wonderful history. We have such amazing staff here, and showed me exactly what we've done over literacy. When Republicans, you had the complete control. I didn't see that you did anything. I looked at that entire history. Nope, I didn't see a sweeping change. It didn't exist. This will be the first sweeping change in history for this body. So I will just say, maybe you've added some literacy incentive aid, but it was not a lot. And I will say that increasing funds also increases opportunity. It reduces inequities. This bill is such a good bill. Thank you, Chair Youakim. Thank you, Chair Pryor. I heard talking about the suspensions. Well, if kids are not in a classroom, they're not going to learn how to read. If kids we don't want to teach ethnic studies, well, if we don't teach ethnic studies, how are we ever going to sow our divisions? How will we ever learn about one another? Yes, so our divisions, that's exactly what I said. And then also recess for all. I mean, this is a really good provision in there too. Right now, we don't think that kids are held inside for recess because they didn't complete their work or because of maybe something happens. It happens all the time. And I can tell you, it's so good for kids to get outside. I see that you guys get up on that side of the aisle and leave sometimes, right? We do too, because we need a break. This is what happens. Our bodies need it, our brains need it. This is a great bill. It's huge investments to deal with the formula, the cross subsidies, the English language learner cross subsidies. It is a good bill. I cannot wait to vote for it. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members for the conversation on this bill today. Education is one of the things that I heard most about during the course of this session, but frankly, the majority party in Minnesota has really failed Minnesota. They failed Minnesota parents, especially parental rights and the roles of parents in their kids' education, in addition to the role of locally elected school boards. The mandates found within this bill, oofda. Oofda, oofda. It's going to be really difficult to our local school districts. I represent 13 different school districts in this state. And throughout the course of this session, as I spoke with those who either are locally elected as school board members, or when I talk to parents, or when I talk to the teachers or the school administrators, the answer was, wow, 65 new mandates and a budget target that's going to result in lower education funding in our schools. A heavy hand of government that ties the hands of administrators and hampers the ability to provide excellence in education. That's what this bill does. 65 new mandates, stripping local control and trying to determine exactly what kids think rather than teaching kids how to think. That's concerning to me. As a proud graduate of the University of Northwestern St. Paul, I couldn't be more offended and concerned by the discrimination that this body, this legislature, and the majority party has placed towards those of faith, the Christian faith. And somehow, we're only a minor subset of the Christian faith. So discrimination is okay for a minor subset of individuals. My community, my district, not just myself personally, cares deeply about this. It's very possible that my district sends more PSEO students to the University of Northwestern St. Paul or Crown College than any other in this state. So this discrimination towards people of faith needs to stop. It sends and it starts a dangerous precedent in this state where discrimination is okay. A dangerous precedent that says that it's okay to go after one certain faith and to take government action against those who believe one way. But I think just as devastating is understanding the impact to the students who benefit from PSEO in our state. The education provided through PSEO at the University of Northwestern St. Paul or Crown College provides for over 1/6 of the PSEO options available in our state and eliminates the top provider of PSEO, the most excellent PSEO program in this state. So why is the majority party in this state taking education alternatives off the table for high-achieving students? You are taking options off the table for high-achieving students. Students who are seeking to be the best, to find the career field that they want, and to obtain incredible education in our state. Lowering standards is something found deep within this bill throughout many different aspects. And through this action, to limit the PSEO options in this state, you're taking away the opportunity for more excellence in education. And it's sad. I find it interesting that the majority party is celebrating the fact that there's new unemployment assistance for hourly workers in our schools, while at the same time didn't provide the funding to ensure that this wasn't unfunded, a new unfunded mandate to our schools. So what happens 1 year from now? What happens 2 years from now? What happens 3 years from now? Local taxpayers will be on the hook for that. As you tie the hands of local administrators and school boards as they seek to provide excellence in education. I'm disappointed to read many aspects of this bill that take away the ability to teach kids how to think and are rather focused upon teaching kids what to think. Dangerous provisions, in my opinion, about exactly what history is. And one version of history. That's what's seen in the new mandate surrounding ethnic studies found in this bill. There's I have pages upon pages upon pages upon pages of new mandates, new restrictions, new language that local administrators, local school districts, teachers, and parents will be forced into their communities, working against what I believe should be local control. Moments ago, we heard from another member of this body that somehow we need to eliminate lunch detention or recess detention. And I gotta admit, I was someone who, especially my junior high years, needed a lunch detention, needed a recess detention. I know it shocks everybody, but that was exactly the course correction that I needed to get back on track. And you know what? Spending 2 days inside or eating my lunch with a teacher was exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this majority in this body, I am not surprised that we want to weaken sentences for anybody, whether they're kids who've had a minor infraction who just need to be brought back on track, or whether it's telling the most violent of criminals in this state that it's A-okay to be back on the streets, recommitting crimes, and making our communities less safe. But instead of course correcting at the earliest stage, elementary school, secondary school, getting those kids back on track through a lunch detention, we're gonna take that option off the table. We're gonna remove the local disciplinary action that are the tools that our administrators and our teachers have to teach kids a little bit about responsibility. I mean, how silly. Lunch detention, recess detention, my goodness. So you can't run around the gym for 30 minutes. What is the worst that can happen? You have to wait until the end of the day. Silliness. This bill, members, once again, strips local control, adds heavy-handed mandates to local school districts and school board members duly elected, while not focusing upon the things that bring about educational excellence and ensuring that our state is leading the way, that we are preparing our Minnesota kids to be the best, to have the highest standards, the highest graduation standards, to be prepared for a workforce that is in so need of them. Instead, we lessen those standards and add additional costs to local school districts and tie the hands of administrators so that they cannot offer the excellence in education that best suits their students. This is about local control. But instead, heavy-handed state mandates on exactly what they need to teach in the classroom. It shouldn't be this way. I'll be voting no, and I encourage us to stop this bill.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
A point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Franzen, state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this afternoon, I heard a statement that when Republicans had complete control, I am unable to remember when the last time Republicans had complete control. Could you let the body know?
Representative Franson, that's not a proper point of parliamentary inquiry. I would suggest that you ask members to yield to a question to get an answer to that. Representative Franson.
All right. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Davids yield to a question?
Representative Davids will yield to a question. Representative Franson.
Representative Davids, earlier today, I heard a comment, a statement about when Republicans had complete control. Representative Davids, you have been in this chamber for quite some time. Could you walk the body through when Republicans had complete control of this chamber?
I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Franz, I think when I was here 1895, I think we had complete control. But actually, since I've been here since 1991, I don't believe we've ever had the House, Senate, and Governor's office. We've had the Governor's office and the House, but that would be a false statement to say that we had complete control of anything.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Erdahl yield to a question?
Representative Erdahl will yield to a question. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Representative Franson has the floor.
Representative Erdahl, you seem to be a scholar, a very respected scholar on history and all things government related to Minnesota and nationally, of course. Could you please let the body know when Republicans had control of this government?
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not on the yielding thing here. So, when the state was founded, we had partisan elections, and the legislature was partisan. So we had usually Republican control for the first part of our state's history. About the 19-teens, we switched to nonpartisan, and then we had conservatives and liberals. Conservatives generally being Republican, liberals generally being Democrat. And that existed until 1972. In 1970, that is the last date where we had a conservative House, a conservative Senate, and a Republican governor. And so that, with the conservative-Republican alignment, would be 1970 the last date.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erdahl. So 1970, I was not born yet. That was a long time ago. Members, I just want to remind you that when you are giving your speeches on the House floor, let's at least be accurate with our statements. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's funny, we've had lots of conversation about transformational change. And, as I thought about this, I thought, I find this a little funny because Republicans are often accused of hating public education and we're going to destroy public education. But of course, the irony is, if I was ever going to craft a bill to set public education on a collision course with destruction, this is probably it. This is probably it. So there's some irony in that, but I suppose destruction is also a form of transformation. So I guess we'll stay on theme. It fits. There's a lot to say about this bill. There's a lot in this bill, but I will start by just saying that this bill puts mandates over students, and it takes local control away from our school districts. And when we talked about this bill, when it came up the first time, we had an amendment to change how we use this funding. And we were told by the Democrats all the great things that their bill funded. And I said, good news, our bill does that too. We did that too. We funded all the things that were needed if that's what our local districts needed. We just said, hey, let's give all this money to our local school districts and let them figure out how to use it. But that's not the bill we're passing today. It's not the bill we passed that day, and it's not the bill we're passing today. Instead, this bill is loaded up with mandates that are effectively going to take away the financial gains that our school districts might have made with this historic budget surplus. We've got mandates on personal finance, ethnic studies, which strangely are being used to sow division. I'm not sure that that's really what we intend to do. The UI benefit mandate, other folks have talked about that, an enormous cost to our districts that I like. We're funding for 1 year. That's cute that we're gonna fund it for 1 year. Well, so the majority is saying 4 years, but we have this process in the legislature that involves something called a fiscal note, where expert fiscal staff takes all of the information they need, historical trends, what they believe the departments will need, what they anticipate the use will be of UI. They look at all these things, and they actually tell us, those people actually tell us $135 million for 1 year. That's what the fiscal experts have told us. And after that, our school districts are on their own. Our school districts across the state are going to be on their own to come up with $135 million a year. This is putting mandates over our students, and it's taking local control away from our districts. I'm particularly interested in one provision in the bill. Well, there's about $50 million, $51 million for nonprofits in this bill. And we're also adding an inspector general, $2 million a year going forward for an inspector general at the Department of Education. Now, this is interesting. I can only assume that this is being done in response to the Feeding Our Future scandal that we all heard about over the summer and particularly into the fall. It's been a little quieter, however, more indictments continue to kind of trickle in. But I have to assume that we're doing this Inspector General in response to this massive $250 million fraud. It was the largest COVID-related fraud in the entire country. And it went on for a long time without being addressed. Now, I'm interested in the idea that we're creating an office or an inspector general at MDE to take care of this. And I only say this because, you know, we've seen fraud for years in particularly in human services. We've seen a ton of fraud. And as Republicans exposed that fraud, we were always told, well, don't worry, we don't need to audit the department because we already audit ourselves. We're good. But you know what's fascinating? In human services, the Inspector General of Human Services did not find or report a single instance of fraud. Not one. Not a single instance of fraud. Do you know how we know about that fraud? We know about it because of whistleblowers, and we know about it because the press did their job. That's how we know about the fraud. So I'm not sure why we think adding an inspector general at MDE is somehow going to solve this problem, because they don't have a good track record. But I'm sure if we just throw more money at it, we just create this new position, give them $2 million a year for this new inspector general, that'll solve the problem. We won't have to worry about it. But let's talk a little bit about feeding our future, because there is a real problem here that is not resolved by what's being done in this bill. Simply creating a new position and throwing money at it doesn't actually solve a problem. I know that that's how the Democrats choose to pretend to solve problems, but it doesn't actually solve problems. So I'm going to take you back. I actually I, along with 3 or 4 or 5 staff members over the summer, we did a really deep dive into this. And we would meet together about 2 or 3 days a week. We would come together. Our staff particularly, I certainly cannot take credit for this part, but our staff would go out and they were digging through every document, news story, everything that had been published on Feeding Our Future. And then all of us would come together in a room and we would start talking about what the different things that we were seeing and reading about. And what was really interesting that as we did that, we'd have our education researcher who would talk about sort of these education pieces he was seeing, but then we had somebody who was an expert on the courts and reading those documents, and we would put little things together and we were connecting dots. It was really interesting, actually. It was one of the more fun things I've participated in here in the legislature because it was a real puzzle to put stuff together. But I'm going to let you know what we found as we put that puzzle together. First of all, MDE has made a lot of claims about the fraud. So let's just start there with sort of understanding what the claims are. First of all, and this is alarming, MDE let us know that they saw fraud within the first month of Feeding Our Future existing. The first month. This was in June of 2020. That's what MDE reports. In October of 2020, MDE claims that they reached out to the USDA Inspector General because they had reason to believe that there was fraud going on. Now, that was in October, but the USDA did not act. These are the things that, like I said, MDE told us. Now, interestingly, it wasn't until April 2021, so we're almost a year later at this point. We're almost a year into this of MDE believing that there is fraud taking place with Feeding Our Future. And that's when MDE said they notified the FBI. And then the FBI began an investigation in May of that year. So we are a full year in. May of 2021, started in June of 2020. So we are a full year in now that there's finally something kind of happening. So interestingly, MDE claims, now we've never seen any evidence of this, they've never released any documents, but MDE claims that the feds ordered them to stay quiet about the fraud investigation. But the investigation didn't even begin until May. It was 8 months after finding that fraud. 8 months. And then they're told, okay, now that we're 8 months in, now we can't say anything about it. But let's be clear, they had 8 months already. That's where we are. So let's talk about what MDE could have done and what the state government could have done during that time. And since, frankly, because there were a lot of things that happened and there were a lot of moving parts. First of all, it was in December of 2020, so we're 6 months in. This is 6 months after already recognizing that there was likely fraud with Feeding Our Future. We're 6 months in December of 2020, MDE chose to sign what's called a stipulation agreement with Feeding Our Future. Now, they were not forced to sign this stipulation agreement. No one made them do that. MDE, knowing there was fraud, chose to sign this stipulation agreement. They already had reasonable suspicion of fraudulent activity and what MDE sort of calls flags of concern. MDE already had flags of concern, and yet they chose to sign this stipulation agreement. And frankly, we still don't know to this day who negotiated that agreement. We don't know if it was MDE legal staff, if it was the Attorney General. We don't know still to this day. Did the Attorney General just advise MDE to sign the stipulation agreement? We don't know that. But that was our first exit ramp. They never should have signed the stipulation agreement. They knew there was fraud. They knew there was fraud for 6 months. And they chose to sign this agreement. So, second exit ramp. This is now 7 months in. January 19th, 2021. I remember the day we found this. We were sitting in this room and we were looking at this letter. And in this letter to the court, it was actually a letter regarding the stipulation agreement. In this letter to the court, it said MDE advised the court that Feeding Our Future was in, quote, material breach of contract. Material breach of contract. This is actually serious to be in material breach of contract. And yet, MDE makes seemingly no meaningful effort to terminate the contract. They should have just terminated the contract. So again, all these things were in the power of MDE, but we're just going to make an inspector general instead. They make no effort to terminate the contract. So we are now a year in, and this is what's happening. So first of all, in January, MDE sends this letter to the courts saying they're in material breach of contract. I think that was in January, wasn't it? Yes, January. And then interestingly, they also send a letter to Feeding Our Future proposing sort of a possible termination of their program agreements. Well, a few months later, in March, they send a notice of proposed termination and disqualification. Then, again in March, the end of March, they send Feeding Our Future a serious deficiency determination. Now they're getting serious. But they wait until June to send Feeding Our Future a status of corrective action of their serious deficiency. Okay, so now we're letting them off the hook again. We're letting them off the hook. This was in June, so now we are a full year in. We know there is fraud. MDE has chosen to sign a stipulation agreement. They have chosen to ignore the fact that there is a material breach of contract. Folks, when there's a material breach of contract, that's it. You can end the contract immediately. You can terminate the contract right there. No questions asked. Material breach of contract. But they didn't. We're now a year in and we're still going. We're still going. So the third off-ramp. Here's another off-ramp that MDE chose not to use. Do you know that MDE never conducted site visits or requested financial records that they had the legal authority to ask for? Now, this is what I think is interesting about there's a few things that are interesting about the site visits. But of course, in March of 2020, so this is actually prior to these agreements, but in March of 2020, the USDA issued waivers, right? So they didn't have to perform site visits. And then MDE, the Department of Education in Minnesota, would say that the FBI, MDE staff, this is what MDE staff told the FBI. They said the governor's work from home order, quote, interfered with the ability to oversee the program. Let that sink in, folks. The governor's work from home order interfered with the ability to oversee the program. They couldn't perform site visits? They couldn't request financial documents? I find that interesting because you know what? One of a local school in my area, actually wasn't one of my schools, it was a neighboring school district. They actually did get a site visit during that time. They did get a site visit. And do you know what is crazy? They were fined for the improper storage of a single loaf of bread. The twist tie was not attached how they wanted it to be attached to this loaf of bread. And one of my school districts was literally fined on a site visit while apparently we weren't doing site visits. MDE was not doing site visits. They certainly weren't visiting sites of Feeding Our Future knowing there was fraud. They knew the fraud was taking place, but they couldn't do a site visit. And yet, they're doing site visits to our local schools, fining them for how they're storing a loaf of bread. Are you kidding me? It's crazy. This is bonkers. This is the definition of bonkers right here. This is what's fascinating about this. So the Department of Justice, one of the indictments, it actually found one of the distribution sites approved by MDE. The site literally didn't even exist. The site did not exist. They didn't even need to do a site visit. A little drive-by would have shown them that there was nothing there. Maybe even just a little check on Google Maps. That's pretty easy. But no, that wasn't even done. Nothing. We're not even talking, like they didn't even need physical contact. The site didn't exist. There was nothing there. But we couldn't do site visits. One of the sites claimed it was in a second-story apartment. They said 2,000 children a day were being fed out of a second-story apartment. I don't know, it doesn't seem like that takes like master detective work to figure out what's going on there. You could probably just sit outside with a little clicker maybe. You know, like those little clickers that they have when you stand in line, click, click, so as each person walks by. Frankly, even if they got some wrong, even if they clicked on some kids who actually just lived in the building, I don't know, it probably wouldn't throw off their numbers that much from 2,000. But nothing, no site visits. And MDE chose not to request financial records that they were entitled to. They never asked for them. So what makes us think that somehow this Inspector General is going to solve our problem? But nope, if we just throw more money at it, I'm sure that will solve the problem. So that was our third exit ramp, right? We could have chosen to not sign the stipulation agreement. We could have ended the contract when we knew there was a breach of contract, and we certainly should have done any level of basic due diligence and just maybe driven by some locations. We didn't even really need to do intensive site visits. So then there's our fourth exit ramp. You know what we could have done? We could have just stopped funding the fraud. We could have just stopped paying Feeding Our Future to commit fraud. $250 million worth of fraud. Now, interestingly, the governor and MDE tried to blame this district judge for their inability to stop payments, but here's the reality. And in fact, this piece of it was kind of a big deal in the news because the governor was claiming that this judge told them, nope, you must make payments. We were told that they were ordered, they must make payments. Well, that literally never happened. It never happened. MDE voluntarily, they decided that they were going to continue making payments when they knew there was fraud. They knew it was happening. They knew it. This Ramsey County District Court never, ever, not once, ordered MDE to resume payments to Feeding Our Future. Not once. This is what happened. So in April 2021, now we're almost a year in here, April 2021, the USDA advises, they actually tell MDE, hey, you should stop making these payments. You can stop the bleeding. You can stop paying for the fraud. That's what the USDA said. So this goes to this Ramsey County District Court, And the judge is kind of skeptical about the arguments that MDE is making. Well, I'm sure MDE was really giving it the good old college try in court. And again, I don't know if it was just MDE, the Attorney General, but the court was kind of skeptical of the arguments they were making. But as it turns out, MDE was like, okay, never mind. We'll just pay him. Don't worry about it. We'll just pay him. The court never ruled. The judge never ruled on this. He never ruled because MDE just said, never mind. We'll just do it. We'll just pay him. We'll just choose that. We will voluntarily keep paying and feeding the fraud. Interestingly, around that same time, MDE staff actually made a decision to release funds in March. That was a staff decision, and Commissioner Mueller at the time was informed of that decision, and she chose not to override it. They just continued on making payments to a program they knew was fraudulent. So that was our fourth exit ramp. We could have just stopped spending the money. We could have just stopped sending the checks to feeding our future. But no, we just kept doing that. And the fifth off-ramp is actually really easy. This one is probably the easiest one of all. That fifth off-ramp is that the governor and MDE and the Attorney General could have actually just raised the alarm. They could have just said, we have a problem. Instead of trying to spin their way out of this and spin this narrative that somehow, hey, we were fighting behind the scenes, we were doing the right thing. Instead of trying to spin this narrative, frankly, they could have just blown this up. And this all would have been solved long before. But instead, MDE never once in all of these proceedings alleged fraud in court. Never once did they allege fraud in court. Not one time. And in fact, in July 2021, a full year into this, a full year after suspecting fraud, a staff member of MDE testified under oath that they have no reason to suspect fraud. I see nothing, hear nothing, I know nothing. That's what MDE staff testified in court a year in to knowing there is fraud. Nope, no fraud. And when the commissioner was challenged on this, she actually said to a Senate committee that without investigative authority, they can't determine fraud. Only, quote, flags of concern. Well, I don't know, they could request financial records. They could do some site visits. I don't know what level flags of concern you need, but certainly we hit that point about 2 years before all of us knew that this was happening this past summer. We knew about all of this. Clearly, our government, clearly MDE knew about all of this 2 years before the rest of us and 2 years before $250 million had gone out the door in fraudulent payments. Before luxury cars were being purchased by check for $100,000. MDE knew about this. MDE knew about this before luxury multi-million-dollar homes were being purchased by these fraudsters. MDE knew about this. So what makes you think embedding another staff member in MDE is going to solve our problem? But that's what we do here. Lots of smoke and mirrors. Look, I'm doing something good. I'm doing something good today. We're going to put an inspector general over at MDE and fix the problems. Hasn't fixed a single problem in human services. Thankfully, there are good people who are willing to blow the whistle. There are reporters who are willing to do their jobs. Because this certainly isn't going to solve the problem. And as we know, every bill has pulled the language to monitor these grants, to watch for fraudulent activity, but that's gone. I'll sort of end where I started. You know, sadly, this bill puts us on a collision course to destroy public education in this state. The money is not there. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And yet we are telling our local school districts, too bad. Find it. And do you know where our local school districts are going to find it? They're going to find it by cutting teachers. They're going to find it by cutting programs. They're going to find it by cutting things like physics classes. Because I'm sorry, you kids who are excelling, we don't have money to help you excel. Because we've got mandates, and I got to teach ethnic studies instead of physics. I'm sorry to do that to you. But that's what's going to happen in our schools. And you Democrats are making this happen. You are choosing this. You are choosing this for our schools. You are choosing to bankrupt our schools. All in the name of, interestingly, all in the name of equity, right? Frankly, I don't think equitable mediocrity is a laudable goal. I don't think equitable mediocrity is good for our kids. I think it's really sad. I think it's really sad. I think that when we lower standards, that does not lead to better outcomes. But we don't care about that anymore. As long as those outcomes are the same, as long as those outcomes are equitable, we don't care. Equitable mediocrity. That's what we're going for with this bill. It's a sad day for education. I never thought that I would sit in this legislature, because I'll tell you what, Republicans get a hard time. Like, people give us a hard time. Not this year. What I've heard this year, and how do we stop this stuff? What do we do? In fact, interestingly, it'll be interesting to see what the governor does with this. One of my superintendents was told by the governor, the buck stops with me on all these mandates. The buck stops with me. So I assume that means the governor will veto this bill. I can only assume that, because the buck stops with him. And this is loaded with mandates. Mandates that are going to lead to equitable mediocrity. Congratulations, Democrats. Well done. I can only imagine how well our state is going to be served. I will be voting no.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. So much has been said. I'm going to try and think about the things that I've heard. I usually have a great relationship with my superintendents and district administrators and teachers. I hear a lot from them during the course of every year, but this year it has been off the charts. I've never gotten so many emails and calls in my 5 years of service because they are so frustrated with this bill, members. And I just want to take you back to when we had a DE alternative. So your bill spends $2.2 billion. We offered a DE that also spends $2.2 billion. You are doing 4 and 2 on the formula. Our alternative was doing 5 and 5 on the formula. Representative Edelson, forgive me, Representative Edelson, who I do really respect on the literacy issue, and she has some good stuff in this bill. but it's $35 million a year. Our bill was going to put in $250 million to really fund literacy in the K-3 grades. And that's really important, members. And we are missing that. $35 million a year is not enough to move the needle. So while I agree with some of the policy, I agree with her sentiment that we need to invest in this. This is not investing enough. And as Representative New Brindley talked about at length, we don't need an IG in the Department of Ed for $2 million and $51 million more, by the way, than the 35 we're doing for literacy for grants to nonprofits. If we stop giving $51 million in grants to nonprofits and stop putting $2 million a year in the Inspector General to oversee those nonprofits, that money could just go into schools. They know how to spend the money. They know what works, and they are begging us for flexibility to get the money to spend it on their needs. Every school district has different needs, different priorities, different mix of students, different mix of ages and of their physical plant and things they need, different mixes of socioeconomic status among their kids, different learning styles and disabilities, and different mix of English learners. Every district is so unique, and to take away all the flexibility that schools need to meet their needs, they're elected in their own right, those school boards, to do their job and represent their community and meet the needs of their community. This is reminding me of the debates we had during COVID. I used to come to the House floor every month when we were in special session, and I would read through the list of all the counties in the state that did not have a single case of COVID. And there were many for many months, but those schools were shut down. One size fits all, we learned during COVID, does not work for education. And here we go again, members. We know this is not going to work. Schools are begging us for flexibility. They appreciate the money, but they want to be able to put it where they need it to go. And we are denying them that opportunity that will give them duly elected public officials to make the best decisions that they were elected to do in our school districts. And it's to our detriment and to the students' detriment. So putting that money that you are putting into nonprofit grants and the IG would be much better spent in upping that $35 million for literacy. But also, members, the other things in our DE were, just to break down the literacy piece a little bit more, the current bill has $35 million a year. We put $250 million in, $125 million for curriculum, $100 million for professional development, and $25 million for tutoring. And you need that level of investment, because this is a wholesale change from what has been the norm in how we teach literacy in this state. And I'm excited that we are investing in science of reading, or what you want to call evidence-based reading. It's all those same 5 pillars. So I'm excited that that is in the bill. But it's going to take a lot more. And what I don't want to happen is people will say, oh, well, we tried it and it didn't move the needle. Well, it's not going to move the needle at $35 million a year. We need to fully fund this. And then, members, I'm also very disappointed about the bullying, because there's nothing in here about bullying. And I had a bill that didn't get a hearing that I really fought for to try to get a hearing, because during the fall last year, when I was out door knocking, it was the first time in my 5 years of being out on the trail that I had dozens of parents stand and talk to me about the bullying epidemic going on in our school districts. And I represent 7 school districts, so I'm not picking on any one of my school districts, but I have to say, no matter where I was, this was a conversation in every one of my school districts. So I had a bill that was just really basic. It said if a student is the victim of bullying, the parents have to be notified. Because guess what? State law doesn't require parents to be notified. And so therefore, parents aren't always notified. I had a young girl in one of my school districts who was sexually assaulted in March of last year. I have permission to share this story, by the way. Sexually assaulted in the school.
And the school decided not to notify the parents, even though 2 teachers and a counselor knew, because they thought it was near the end of the school district and they had handled it. So the parents were notified. Come the fall, it started up again. And this time the girl went to her parents and she was completely freaked out. And so when the parents did call the school and ask for a meeting, they're like, oh yeah, we knew about that last year. And the parents were dumbfounded. They said, well, we don't have to notify. So I have a bill sitting in the hopper, in the revisor's room, wherever, that I've begged for to get a hearing on this. We have to change that statute. Parents have to be notified members. And that is missing from this bill, and it is a big miss. So I hope we can work on that next year. Secondly, on the issue of discipline, one of the things I heard loud and clear from teachers in my district, again, across all the districts I represent, are that teachers want to be able to manage their classrooms. They are professionals. We need to treat them like the professionals they are and let them manage their classroom. This is, again, where state mandates are not helping meet the needs of individual districts. We are wrong on this discipline policy that takes away professional teachers' judgment on what to do and limits what schools can do. And that's why teachers are leaving this profession. I have talked to 3 teachers who are young teachers, excited, visionary, so full of energy about loving their kids. And 2 of them have decided to leave the profession because they do not feel empowered to make the decisions they need to manage their classroom effectively and really teach. And they're heartbroken about it. But they want to teach, but things like this in this bill, these one-size-fits-all mandates, are not helping teachers. And again, we are hurting our kids when we are not empowering teachers to do what they need to do. And then these unfunded mandates, I know our side has talked about it a lot, but this unemployment mandate that is unfunded is going to take away 2% of the formula increase you are putting in this bill. And then you haven't even added in, and it's not accounted for as far as I can tell, the paid family leave mandate, which will be another $50 million out of our schools' budgets. Members, who's going to pay for this? It's the property taxpayers. Our local property taxpayers are going to foot the bill for these unfunded mandates. And schools are already afraid to go back out and ask for more money based on inflation and all the other costs they're seeing. And we are hurting our schools by these mandates, and it's not necessary. They already collective bargain for benefits. They don't need to be under this paid family leave mandate, but yet they are to make that mechanism pool work. So members, this bill has a lot of problems, and I really do appreciate the work and the focus on K-3 literacy. I think there's more we can do there, but this is a good start. But compared to what we offered as a DE, which I'll just remind you, we had the same amount of spending, $2.2 billion. We put 5 and 5 on the formula, $250 million in K-3 literacy. We had $80 million for school mental health, 50% of the cross-subsidy, just like this bill. Only 2 mandates, 0 new hires at MDE, by the way. The majority's bill is offering 47 new hires plus the potential of 58 more. We don't need to grow bureaucracy. All of that money should be going to the schools, getting to the classrooms, and getting to the teachers. So members, please vote no.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, equity. Representative Anu talked about it. I think when we try to understand concepts, it's best to look at the ideal, look at where that ideal has been achieved. There is a place we can look to where all outcomes are equal, where final and eternal equity has finally been achieved. It's any given graveyard. That's where we're all the same. That's where we all have the same outcomes and the same value. In life, it's different. In life, we make choices, we have preferences, we have values, traditions, we make decisions, we go left or right, we choose this career or that. we have different focuses, and our conduct and our choices and our values and a lot of luck sometimes translates to the outcomes that we experience in our lives. And because of that, there will always be differences, there will always be disparities. And as long as we fail to recognize that, we're going to fail to solve the real problems that are actually facing the next generation and facing our children. And it's with that in mind that I want to talk about the ethnic studies provision once again in this bill. I've noticed that the language has changed a little bit. Last time we talked about how anti-racism, as defined in a previous engrossment of this bill, meant actively working to identify and eliminate racism in all its forms so that power and resources are redistributed and shared equitably among racial groups. Boy, oh boy. That was an example of what we call the Bailey. There's this rhetorical fallacy called Mott and Bailey. And it's a reference to a medieval type of castle arrangement where the Mott is this tower and the Bailey is this walled off surrounding area around the tower. And the imagery there is that when you put out what you actually want, what your actual goal is, your actual position, the Bailey, and it draws attack and people react to it, like for instance saying that your goal is to transform the curriculum of the state of Minnesota in order to affect the redistribution of power and resources. When you do that, and then that gets attacked, as it did in the previous engrossment, well, you retreat to your Mott, you retreat to your fortress, you water it down. You say, no. And this was actually done when we talked about this provision originally. It was presented as, well, ethnic studies is just, we'll bring ethnic cuisine for everybody to share, or maybe we'll have a day where people come to school wearing their ethnic apparel, and we'll teach kids about the complicated history of World War II and Japanese internment camps and such. And of course, if that's what ethnic studies was, I don't think you would find much opposition to it. But of course, that's not what ethnic studies is. It's not what it was in the previous engrossment. And even though the language has changed somewhat, it still retains its what I regard to be insidious objective, which is to advance a particular ideology, a particular worldview, a worldview that divides us, a worldview that trains our children to judge each other according to the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. And the change in language has not alleviated that. So now the new language, the new definition of anti-racist, is actively working to identify and eliminate racism in all forms in order to change policies, behaviors, and beliefs that perpetuate racist ideas and actions. There's your Mott, there's your fortress. It's much harder to attack that one, but I'll give it a try. All right, so we're going to change policies. Well, which policies? Policies in the school, policies in government, behaviors. Okay, well, that's often something that we have to contend with in school. In fact, disciplinary action in this bill is something that's been spoken of more than once today. But beliefs, that's an interesting word. You're going to change beliefs. Well, who's defining what those beliefs are? I'll tell you who isn't. It was spoken earlier, I believe it was Representative Edelson stated something interesting. She made the point that in this bill, you have made it a point to listen to teachers rather than legislators. That's a nice little slogan. But what is a legislator? How did we get here? What are we doing here? We're representatives. That's what we're called. Who do we represent? 43,000 Minnesotans. Amongst those, who are the most proximate, directly served stakeholders in the education system? Students, the custodians of whom are parents. And so really what you're doing here is you're taking the decision-making power over what the policies, behaviors, and beliefs of students ought to be away from parents and delegating them to these district advisory boards that have survived this process. that are going to be determining curriculum with this mandate to make sure that it's anti-racist. And also, by the way, to make sure it's culturally sustaining. This is one that I missed last time around. This is an interesting definition. Culturally sustaining means integrating content and practices that infuse the culture and language of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities who have been and continue to be harmed and erased through the education system. Really? Well, that's news to me. Harmed and erased. Erased. That's a heck of a word. I'm looking here at the State Demographer website. Recent data on age, race, and ethnicity. A couple of key findings. In Minnesota, people of color, which is to say those who identify as a race other than white alone, and or those who are Hispanic or Latinx, which is a word we're using in government documents apparently. Caustic objects. Make up 20% of the total population. Non-Hispanic white Minnesotans represent the remaining 80. All race groups have grown recently in Minnesota, but between 2010 and 2018, the state has added 5 times as many people of color as non-Hispanic white residents. Is this what erasure looks like? Between 2010 and 2018, the fastest growing racial group in Minnesota was the Black or African American population, which grew by 36%, adding more than 96,500 people. Second fastest was the Asian population, which grew by 32%, adding 69,800 people, followed by the Hispanic population, which grew by 24%, adding 59,000 people. I'm not sure the erasure agenda is particularly successful. There is harm being done, though, through our education system. And that harm we talked about last time when you take children like my own and the friends that they have that they get to know in the neighborhood, all of whom are on, we live on the same block, right? So we're in the same socioeconomic stratus. We're all meeting life at the same moment and pretty well equitable. That's usually what living on the same block indicates. And so I've got my son who's mixed race. He's got a friend across the street who's an East African girl. He's got another friend a couple houses down who's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy. And the three of them play and run up and down the street and go to the park and have a good time. And you know what they're not thinking about? Equity. You know what they're not thinking about? Skin color and how it determines outcomes. But we're going to teach them that. We're going to interject into their already formulated relationship on purpose through curriculum the idea that somehow, some way, amongst them, there's this hidden dynamic that they're only becoming aware of as a result of the curriculum, whereby one of them is being oppressed by the other two, but not to the same degree. And it's all based upon who's paler than who. Pretty reprehensible. And I got to tell you, it sets us up for a breakdown of social cohesion. It propagates grievance and discontent and disunity. And it also, even more insidious than that, it distracts us from our real salvation in material terms. Because as it turns out, and this is something that we used to teach our kids, as it turns out, if you need something, you should go get it. If you have a need or a want, you should take the action required to produce it. You should be productive. You should demonstrate virtue. That's what we used to teach our kids. Now, and in that context, if your kid didn't have something, you teach them, all right, let that motivate you. Let that light a fire under you to take the action that you need to take rationally in the context of reality to achieve that which you desire, to achieve that which you need. What ethnic studies does is it completely diverts from that worldview. It actually replaces it. That's probably one of the policies, behaviors, and beliefs that need to be changed under this definition of anti-racism. Instead of facilitating productivity and virtue, we're going to replace that with grievance and redistribution. We're going to say, well, the reason why you want, the reason why you have less, the reason why you haven't gotten where you want to be is because somebody else who looks different than you has oppressed you. And we can prove it with statistics, not with your actual experience, not with the actual qualitative evaluation of what you've done with your life, but based upon aggregate statistics. All of that is baked into this cake of ethnic studies, and as has been noted by several folks who have risen to speak today, this is one of the many mandates that rides inside the Trojan horse of historic funding that we're giving to our school districts. And they know it, because I, like many others, have talked to my superintendents, and they're very aware of the fact that there's nothing to celebrate here. We, of course, had that Stillwater superintendent who was quoted in the Pioneer Press saying that this is, in his estimation, the most damaging session for education in his memory, which is something to say under a Democrat trifecta when you regard yourselves as the party of public education. You found a way to give people more money and somehow have them operate as though they had less. That's what's going to happen. And it takes power away from elected officials, from school boards. It takes power away from parents, certainly parents. And it also, under this same worldview, this ethnic studies worldview, another provision that I just learned about, apparently, if you're a member of a protected class as a teacher, you just get like carte blanche to teach whatever you want. That's in this bill. So you could be a math teacher and you're in a protected class and you decide that you're going to make that day's math curriculum a story of your lived experience of oppression, not teach a single bit of arithmetic. And there's nothing that can be done to discipline you because that would be considered discrimination against your protected class as a result of this bill. So that certainly disempowers parents, I would think. I, as a parent, if I learned that my seventh grader came home from middle school and his math teacher spent the hour talking about how he's been oppressed in this way or that rather than teaching algebra, that would upset me, and I would call the principal, and the principal would tell me, under this bill, oh, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. He's protected. I call well, that's terrible. I'm going to go to my elected official, my local elected official, call up my school board member. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. We don't have any actual power. We're just here to rubber stamp and decide what to cut so that the folks down in St. Paul don't have to take responsibility for it. That's our job. We need to restore the independence of our independent school districts. This bill doesn't do it, and that's why I'll be voting red. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for this ongoing floor debate. Today's a good day for Minnesota and a good day for Minnesota kids. Before us today is a bill that will allow our state to take great strides forward through a historic investment in our young people, their development, and their learning. You've heard me and many others here mention on this floor that one of the key motivators of why we chose to run for office was to ensure that our students have what they need. They need to be successful, and so that Minnesota continues to be a leader well into the future. As a teacher of almost 25 years, and I will point out that I'm thrilled, as much as I like to spend time here with you all, that next week I get the opportunity to go back and serve students and families. I can't wait. It's going to be great. I know firsthand from my experiences in our schools just how powerful the impact of this legislation will be for our young people in every community in Minnesota. I want to highlight quickly here several key elements of this work. This legislation will ensure that our teachers are equipped in an enhanced way to support literacy development for all kids. With the Teachers of Color and Indigenous educator provisions and commitments included here, a yes vote today will lead to massive investments. They're made to ensure that we attract, hire, retain, support, and develop Minnesota's future teachers, and that they are more representative of the students and communities of Minnesota. Voting today will allow our school boards and senior administrators to plan ahead into the future, to make key strategic investments, and for the first time to confidently move forward in planning due to school funding being indexed to inflation. A result will also be incredible improvements for our youngest learners, for our English learners, and for our special education students in every community in Minnesota. Now, I've heard the claims, many of them here today and often repeated, and throughout the session, that this bill goes too far, and that this legislation is going to lead us off this so-called fiscal cliff that we keep hearing about. There are many who are quick to grab on this tired and false talking point that we're placing too much regulation on our schools and that we will soon all be in ruins. I hear about the 65 mandates, a list that I've never seen. I hear about the onerous elements of this bill and what it will mean for our schools. Now, today, we have an opportunity to have a positive, lasting impact for Minnesota's future, and it's focused on every single student. And when we say every single student, there's no exceptions. Every last one in Minnesota. I urge you to join me in supporting all our kids by investing in all their futures and supporting their needs and their development on the road to becoming who they choose to be. Investing in literacy, in libraries, investing in programming to meet the needs of our students in the classroom and after school as well, investing to ensure that we have the support professionals, the bus drivers, the nutrition workers, the custodians, all that we need to make sure our students' needs are met. And we're not just going to give them lip service by telling them how much we value them. We're going to offer them the supports that they deserve and that others enjoy here in Minnesota. I want to thank our incredible staff, their wisdom and knowledge, their incredible work ethic. I want to say thank you to our chairs, Chair Youakim and Chair Pryor, and all who worked together on this legislation to impact it. This is an excellent bill, and I ask you to join me in supporting its passage here today. Vote yes for our kids. Vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion to repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Minnesota, the Democrats' bureaucracy is showing today. Bureaucracy is showing in our education bill. Fully funding our schools is often a campaign promise we hear. We need to fully fund our schools. And yet, we have in front of us a bill with a $17.5 billion surplus handed over to the majority party. $19 billion if you adjust it for the inflation. $19 billion surplus. There was no reason to prioritize this session fully funding schools. And yet, they will tout, and we will see what the media prints, they will tout record spending for our schools. Will they include the mandates? Will they include what we have been hearing over and over and over from our superintendents, from our school board members, from our teachers? Our schools are worried, members, and they're not getting answers. You can say we are doing a 4-2 increase on the formula. We would like to be factual with Minnesota. When the unemployment insurance goes in effect, that's been funded for 1 year. 1 year. just the unemployment insurance will take 2% off of the formula. And our superintendents and our school board members know it, members. That's why you're getting the emails. That's why you're getting the calls. Democrats, when we were out door knocking, did you tout bigger government? Did you tell them what you were going to put into your education bill? 47 new full-time employees to the Minnesota Department of Education. 47. Did you put that on a campaign flyer? Additional funding is available to hire 26 more full-time employees. Is that going to get a headline in our media? Record increase in education, or record increase in bureaucracy as we put 70 new full-time employees in the Minnesota Department of Ed. 70 new employees. That's a 15% increase. When you were out door knocking, members, did you remember having a promise to our taxpayers? Our local taxpayers that are suffering here in Minnesota because they are supporting these unfunded mandates that this legislative body continues to put on our taxpayers. Did you say to those taxpayers, we're going to even put a bigger burden on you? Because that's what this bill is doing. Did you tell the children in our schools that when we have a 50% literacy rate, 50% members in the state of Minnesota of our kids, half of our kids are not reading at grade level? That is a fact. I sat on the school education finance board and I waited week after week after week for the majority party to bring bills that represented what our parents, what our schools, and what our teachers want, and that is increased funding for education, not increased mandates, and not more full-time employees to the Minnesota Department of Ed. As you are receiving call after call and email after email from your teachers, because Minnesota ranks at the very bottom of the United States in our teacher pension plan. Democrats, did you tell them you were going to prioritize 65 new school mandates? 65 new mandates. Free lunches for all, but teachers, no, we are not going to correct your pensions. Were we honest on the campaign trail? Because what we told people at the doors and what we're seeing in this education bill is two very, very different stories. And now will the Minnesota media report the truth of this education bill? The biggest increase in funding to schools, and yet we are hearing from our school boards, we are hearing from our superintendents that after they fund all of these mandates, they will have a decrease per pupil. I have been out talking to my members in my districts, And they are very concerned, members, as I know 100%. They are reaching out to the Democrat Party. I get emails from other districts saying, Representative Altendorf, I would like to talk to you about education because my member is not responding to me. When I've talked to my superintendents, they have clearly said that they are preparing for the worst. And when this education bill goes through, they are going to have to look at serious decisions of possibly making cuts in the schools. That's a fact. How can you have such a disconnect? How can you push these mandates of unemployment insurance, of paid family leave on our schools in a time when we are having a workforce shortage, in a time when we cannot fill our classrooms with the amount of teachers and employees that we need in our schools? And the Democrat Party is going to put this burden on our schools? This is amazing to watch. This is amazing, Minnesota, to watch a party who has claimed over and over that they are the party that cares about education. Clearly, you have not shown our teachers that you care about our teachers when you have not addressed the pension problem. Clearly, you have not shown our students that you care about our academics when you are not putting adequate funds into changing our academics. Clearly, you are not telling the Minnesota taxpayers that you care about our taxpayers when you continue to put unfunded mandates on our schools, and that's going to go back to our local governments, that's going to go back to our property taxpayers. There's a lot of questions, and I have not heard the Democrats give one answer how schools are going to pay for paid family leave. How are they going to pay for it? But you will stand up and you will say that this is the best education bill that we have ever passed? This is absolutely laughable. And anybody with a calculator on a school board and a superintendent, they know the truth. So will the Minnesota media report the actual news? That this education bill could literally bankrupt our schools. We have bureaucrats growing our government while our teachers are suffering at the mandates that are strangling them to be able to control their classrooms. We have bureaucrats in St. Paul that think that they know better than you, that they think they know better than our school boards, than local control. Members, I ran on less government, more freedom. There could not be a more clear distinction than the bureaucrats here in St. Paul who think they know better than every school district across Minnesota for a party that is in full control, a one party in full control. When our schools are suffering under these policies, this will fall clearly on your shoulders. And I will vote no, and I would wish that every member in this body would vote no, as this is going to come crashing down.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. You know, I know we've heard this, but this bill puts mandates over money. It puts mandates over students, and it takes away local control. Mandates trap teachers, they trap students. You know, my nephew, his wife is a teacher, math teacher, and that she does a wonderful job, and I know a lot of her other teachers do a wonderful job. You know, my father, I barely remember this, but he served on our school board many, many years ago. I won't say when because it dates me. And when they were changing the way schools were being funded, that was one of the concerns that they had back then, is that when you start to get money from the states, there will be more mandates and less local control. We know reading, tongue-tied, is learning, yet Democrats remove reading levels for third grade. Let me share you a personal story about the importance of the science of reading. They even had this, they didn't know quite this way, but phonics they knew about back in my old days. Some of you know that I have an identical twin. His name's Jay. When we entered grade school, kindergarten, we entered kindergarten nonverbal. This was back in the early 70s because they didn't understand twins. Twins actually, if you don't get the proper education beforehand, twins, identical twins, will make up their own language. And like a snowmobile to us was Snowbee. I still today, if I get tired, I have to think when I talk because I still have problems with L. I've had some of the members pick on some of me in fun when I get tired because I won't take my tongue and put it to the roof. Because like when you say school, when you say the letter L, you bring your tongue to the top. I had to learn all that. Same thing with TH. And so some of you know I can speak really quick. And I have to discipline. But we entered school nonverbal. We were analyzed, and they said, you know what? I don't think these two kids will graduate from even elementary school. Folks, I'm a product of special education, of parents, and I don't blame my parents. They didn't know any better back then, you know. We were talking, having fun. I mean, your best buddy, your twin brother, you had your own language. Mom and Dad knew what we were saying, but the teachers sure didn't. But I had my parents, I had teachers, good teachers. Mrs. Spaulding, who married to be Mrs. Reed, was my special education teacher. And she worked with us, my twin and I, and with our parents. And we graduated from elementary school. Barely. And then when we hit middle school and high school, we excelled because of her help and my parents. This is why we need the money for teachers, why we need parents involved, and so forth. You know, Browns Valley School is a 5-star school. When I was on school board, we had a lot of other students who entered our schools nonverbal also. And by third grade, they were reading, because they're focusing on phonics. If it wasn't for phonics, folks, I would not be able to read. That's why I like to speak instead of read. It's still not my strength. I've learned to, with my memory skills, to be able to overcompensate that. And a lot of kids, like in Browns Valley, we have a gal, her name is Edith Thorne. She volunteers every single week. I won't say her age. She's older than me. But she's in there teaching those kids how to read correctly because it's right. If you don't learn how to read, you are messed up. And I had people who invested that time into me. One thing I did not have, though, is teachers lowered the standards on me. You know, they challenged my twin brother and I to do things that was very difficult. Everybody would think Mississippi is easy to spell. But if you don't know how to spell Mississippi, you cannot do it. I could not spell Mississippi in elementary school. I couldn't spell mechanic. I couldn't spell a lot of words. But I had teachers who taught me the basics. And if you know the basics, you can excel. and that's reading. That's why us Republicans want to invest $250 million in the science of reading, because there are other students like me who are not on the right track. I was fortunate to be on the right track. Parents and teachers. And Representative Schultz talked about the PSEOs. That's very disappointing. I'm not going to go into it because he did an elegant job with that. And what I've been hearing, Representative Murphy and I did a town hall in Dalton about education. Folks, when this education bill gets passed, you will hear more about the new union that's in town, and that's Parents for Kids. Mama bears are not happy with what's coming out of this bill because it's mandates, more mandates than money. It's one state school board that my father, I remember, warned me about back in the 70s and the 80s. I barely remember. It's not right to have more mandates because mandates trap our good teachers, and we have a lot of them, and trap our students. My teachers, yes, Mrs. Spouty, which got married to Mrs. Reed, thank you for the effort and the flexibility she had to allow me to excel. And I was on a path of failure. I'm not going to support this bill because we're putting state government in front of teachers and students. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Selesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, I rise to talk about what we're really here to be discussing, and that's the kids. And there's a theme I see, and there's a lot of mandates, and I'll talk about what that means. And there's not money to follow it. And we saw it in public safety, and I listened to it with child and family when we have child care's closings across the state, and now education. So I'm going to tell a story, and it's about leadership. And I think at the end of the day, we're called here to be leaders for the constituents we represent in our district. And for those of you that have ran a business or been a leader in a nonprofit or an organization, you know that leaders lead, and leaders have a strategic plan. So the first thing you ask when you're a good leader, and on this education bill that we should all be asking is, who do we serve? Who do we serve first? Do we serve the teachers union? Do we serve Minnesota Department of Education? Do we serve the families? Do we serve the school board? Who do we serve first? I would venture to say the answer should be the kids. We serve the kids first. And when we figure out that we serve the kids first, it's easy to figure out how we're going to build a team to figure out how we serve the kids first. And who is going to be on that team? Whether you've been an athlete, you've been a volunteer, you've been a nonprofit, whatever it is, you build a team. Who is going to be on your team to have what's best for the kids? I would challenge us to say we need the school boards. We need the local independent school districts. That wasn't a novel idea that doesn't apply today. It still applies. We need the school superintendent. We need the principals. We need the teachers. We need the paras, the bus drivers, the cooks, the janitors. We need it all for team education if we put the customer first in what this bill is in education is the kids. So, you know, in business, you do a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That's just fundamental. I think we've missed the boat on that because when I look at what are the strengths, I'm going to talk about some of the things that are good. And the suicide prevention on the student ID card, I like that. So thank you to Representative Elgin for doing that. I think that was really a great thing for kids. I like that the definition of anti-racism was revised to remove reference to redistribution of power and resources. I like the fact that we have the strengths many could see as we have free meals. We gave students free breakfast, free lunch. And I'll talk about the price tag on that and what that also means. We have civics that's going to be taught. I think that's fundamental. We're all here. Kids need to know what that looks like. So what could some of the weaknesses be? There's more mandates than money. There's unemployment, and when I say that, to the representative that said, I don't know what the mandates could be, it looks like unemployment for hourly workers in the summer, which is not fully funded, which the schools are very used to, great ideas coming from this body without money following. We've seen it in education, we've seen it in healthcare, we've seen it in policing, we've seen it in everything. So it's odd to me that the government entities don't seem to understand that you don't write a policy without money following, because that's what we do in the business world. Paid time off, Paid Family Medical Leave Act. Another thing that sounds great, and it has a lot of great provisions to it. But it's not 12 weeks for medical, 12 weeks for family, which we're going to talk about later today. It really is going to allow 20 weeks in either classification as a possibility. What is that going to do for education? We have a teacher shortage. Transportation sparsity. If you live in greater Minnesota, rural Minnesota, kids ride buses for a long time. Long time. We voted, I think, for a ratio that's much higher than we are ending up with. I think it's probably 35%. I'm going by memory right now, but it's not at all adequate. Not at all what greater Minnesota needs for transportation. What are the opportunities? Well, we had $2.2 billion to spend. We all agreed on that. How we get there? We wanted 5 and 5 on the formula increase, 50% in the special ed cross subsidy, that whole deal, and $250 million in the science of reading, and the Democrats got $90 million in it. And $100 million for school safety, because yesterday we talked about public safety in the schools, and Columbine was talked about. We had $100 million in school safety that's not in this bill. What are the threats? The parents are never going to be the threat in education. They're going to ask questions, and good parents ask questions. They should ask questions as they're raising their children. We're soft on school discipline. I've had teachers call me all over the district, not even from my district, saying, what are we doing? We talked about criminal behavior yesterday, but we're not going to teach kids in the very beginning when you're learning what a good choice and a bad choice is, and we're going to just sugarcoat it. My own son spent some time in the hallway in K through 3. We want a civil society, and we want to release everybody from prison, which is what we're doing now early. And that's great. What are we teaching them when they're going to school? Because the teachers, when you really ask teachers, they'll say, thank goodness I retired before this generation, because nobody has manners. It's like mayhem in the educational world for teachers and educators. They'll tell you that. I listen to them all door knocking. They're looking for other jobs. Money doesn't solve that problem when you have total unorderly conduct. Limiting pathways to licensing. I'll never understand why we're doing that when we're leaving districts with fewer teacher opportunities. We're just taking people out of the equation when we were doing everything we can in the workforce, in businesses, to get teachers, to get an employee. Why you would want to dismiss that when that's always been bipartisan over the years. Allowing schools to re-up their levy amount, that's going to happen now without voter approval. The only time the voters are going to get to approve a school levy piece is if the amount is increased. That's a change. So I don't know how the public's going to like that. Time's going to tell. But that's a definite situation. I think another big threat that we're not talking about is the fact that we had a, whatever number you want to say, $19 billion surplus, and all the teachers have sent stuff about pension reform, and it's not happening. I think Representative Wolgamon had an idea about 60 I think it was 64. It's what I'm hearing from teachers. I don't think that's happening. I'm disappointed. I've heard from many teachers, and they're burnt out again and want to retire at 64 because there's not a code of conduct in the classroom. They're teaching under horrendous conditions that are acceptable behaviors today that would have never been acceptable when I was in school and probably when most of you were in school. But everything's just justified. Every behavior's okay today. I don't think that's what history's going to say was a good idea. And you know, at the end of the day, we're not doing the science of reading with 250 million, which is really what it takes when you look at the states that have turned around a literacy problem. And if you're illiterate, isn't that the greatest discrimination? Isn't that the greatest discrimination? If you want to talk about equity, education is knowledge, so let's understand our history to thrive to today and to govern for the whole human race, because at the end of the day, it's all about the kids. I've been in healthcare, taking care of seniors my whole life, as you all are probably sick and tired of listening to, and I've always said, without caregivers, there's no care. Without educators, there's no education either. And money is not the only reason why educators are leaving. The cornerstone pillars of our society in public safety with policing, teachers and education, nursing home administrators, nurses and aides, all public servants. And that's where everybody wants to get out of. And they're leaving if they have other options, which, by the way, they do. So we're not going to solve this problem until we get to the meat and potatoes, because, folks, we're like at a smorgasbord where the jello's kind of melting into everything, and it's not looking really pretty for the state of education. And, you know, even Rudy Perpich, who many of you remember, from Hibbing and served here for many, many years, he proposed open enrollment in 1985, the year I graduated from high school. He proposed choice programs. He wanted something different for education. I don't think he would think that we're going down a good path for education. He said Minnesota was the brain power state. Parents, and he said the child, need to choose the public school that they want to attend. He also put PSEO in 1985, and he did open enrollment in 1987. Things were dismantling. PSEO not happening for kids the same way. We had a 91% graduation rate in the years I graduated. I don't think Minnesota looks like that today, folks. I can tell you I had the science of reading, and I've been privileged because I can read. I'm not illiterate, nor are all of you, but we are graduating kids that can't read. So let's be real, folks, because we can dump billions into education, but if you can't read, you're not going to have a positive outcome. And the issues we dealt with yesterday on crime, we can let them out, but they're still not going to probably make great choices because they can't get a job to read everything we have on our paper, to follow the directions at work, to do what they need to do to hold the job. It's not going to happen. So creating a sense of civic responsibility is vital in an education process. Guess who said that? He'd be happy to see that Erdahl's bill's going through. Rudy Perpich said that. Civics needs to be in schools. And finally, I think he'd be pretty happy to see it's happening today. So I think as we move forward, as one Minnesota, we need to ask ourselves, is money going to help every kid read? Because we're spending a lot of money. We're not helping teachers so they can teach kids to read. We're not giving them a pension at the ages that they deserve to get. We haven't changed any of that for teachers. And without teachers, there's not education, folks. So when kids can't read, parents are going to look for other options, which is going to look like public school, going into private schools, and going far past what Rudy Perpich talked about with school choice in the public school and other opportunities, charter schools. It will be homeschooling and private schools because we fail to talk about the real issues in Minnesota. We fail to talk about the fact that kids can't read And that's what we do in education, is teach a child how to read. It's not divisive, it should be bipartisan. Rudy Perpich knew that. And he would say it today. I'm quite sure he would. So members, education is the heart of Minnesota. But we got to have the heart to get to the meat and potatoes of what matters to the teachers and what matters to the kids and what matters to the parents. And for those reasons, I'm voting no.
Further discussion to repassage of House File 2497 as amended by the Conference Committee. I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know you've all been waiting this afternoon for my comments. I greatly appreciate the patience that you've shown today. It is showtime. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on this bill today. A couple of areas I want to hit on. Number one, and I'm going to pick up where the previous speaker left off, and that is we have an issue in the state of Minnesota on pensions. You will recall that earlier this year we had passed a bill that allowed us to drop our rate of return from 7.5% down to 7%, and we also had received a number of communications from teachers asking to reduce that pension from 66 years of age for full retirement down to age 60 and adopt what they considered to be the new rule of 90. That is something that we had no control over on this side of the aisle. The priorities that were chosen by the leaders in this state who hold the gavels, who hold the ultimate signature to sign bills, made those decisions. And they chose to put that money in other places other than investing it in a thank you to the teachers in the state of Minnesota by working to reduce that retirement age. I have been involved in pensions for a number of years here, and I think I've done a pretty good job of carrying the balance for everybody here. And all those communications that you have received and are continuing to receive, I think the teachers have figured it out. There is no money for them. What does that mean? It means that there is no money to be able to buy down pensions. We are putting money into an education bill. We heard, as we've heard many times on this floor, a historic bill, a historic amount. Well, I just would like to remind you that the historic amount that we are putting in is really a historic amount of mandates that the local school districts have begged us in my office and in many other offices where they can get appointments with members to talk about it's going to be a deal breaker. You are putting more mandates in our hands than you are giving us money to be able to meet those mandates. And you've heard about all the mandates this afternoon. At the end of the day, we have not heard about all of the mandates that the schools are going to be receiving. Later today, this body will be taking up a bill for family and medical leave, which there is $0 in that bill to meet the local school district's obligations for that. So on top of all of the other mandates and underfunding that's going on in this bill, there's a couple of hidden nuggets in there. And those hidden nuggets are going to be, again, paid family medical leave. Here's the mandate. We don't have any money for you. As I've grown up, one of the things that, and I'll spare you my time in school, and I'll just get to the end of the story on that part. I really didn't like school, but I found a fondness for school when I found out that I could take electives in high school. I could concentrate on what I wanted to concentrate on. And I told myself, I'm going to become a teacher. And anybody who knew me at that time goes, you've got to be kidding. You're going to be a teacher. You hated school. You left kindergarten. You ran home every day from school. How is it that you're going to end up being a school teacher? I said, because I know kids. I know what makes them tick. You got to motivate them. And one of the things that we used to do back in the 1980s was we used to do something called PER, planning, evaluating, and review. And what we did is we said independent school districts, ISDs, that's what that says on the side of the buses when they come through your neighborhoods to pick up the kids and bring them to school, ISD, independent school district, which means that they had local autonomy. Boy, has 40 years changed that. The autonomy rests right here in this room with a bunch of bureaucrats and a bunch of policymakers who think they know best. Not the people who decide in my district that maybe FFA would be a good thing to fund because it's an agricultural district. That's a priority to us. Or you know what, we're short-skilled workers, so maybe what we should do is we should beef up our industrial tech program. We should meet our community's needs. We aren't seeing that in this bill. We're being told one size fits all. And one of the people I remember a lot from the 1980s is Miss Carla Peller. Boy, Miss Carla Peller hit it right on the head for me. Anybody familiar with that name, Carla Peller? Because one of the other things I like is trivia. Carla Peller is the woman, and as soon as I tell you what she did, you're going to go, oh, yep, I remember her. Where's the beef? That was Carla Peller. Wendy's commercial. Sit in the back of the car. Where's the beef? Now, if I'm living the 80s over the time that we had local control, we should talk about some of those stories. So I ask ourselves on this floor, where's the beef? We got a lot of unfunded mandates in here. Some might say fat. Gag me with a spoon. This thing isn't very gnarly. The Valley Girls wouldn't like this. But yet, we're parading this out as the best thing that we could ever put out as a product. And all it does is continues to spin us like your computer does when it's trying to figure out what to do. And you go, gosh, I hope it comes back. I hope the screen comes back. I hope the program downloads. Well, I got news for you, folks. These programs aren't going to download. It's going to crash. In my final comments, I want to share something that I found in my local radio station's website today when I was looking at local news. WJON AM 1240 reports the following from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce on a national study. Talks about Minnesota and where its future lands. Minnesota ranks 35th of the 50 states in GDP growth. What in this bill helps us to educate people, to be more productive, to put them on a glide path to success? Now, I'm pretty sure at the end of this conversation today, I'm going to hear from some others that are on the other side who are going to say, oh, here are all the high flyers in here. But I think those are going to run out of fuel and come crashing to the ground. We rate 40th in job growth. I wonder what that number is going to look like next year after we're done with all the other mandates that we're looking at. 35th in workforce growth. You see a theme here? People aren't living in Minnesota. People are moving out of Minnesota. It's right there in the statistics, right there. And our lowest ranking right now, we rank 42nd in net domestic product. All of those are indicators about how productive the state of Minnesota is and will be. What I learned and what I continue to this day as a teacher in the private sector is if you do not motivate and engage people, these kinds of statistics are going to continue. We are not helping students, we are not helping parents, we are not helping teachers. Let's send this back. I'm not going to make a motion to send it back, but we should send this back. This historic piece of legislation that increases mandates and stretches our schools even further than they already are. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a no vote on this bill when it comes time. Thank you, members, for your time.
Further discussion on repassage of House File 2497 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakebird.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to start out by thanking the chairs, Chair Youakim, Chair Pryor, and our minority leads, Bennett and Krisha, for their great work. I'd like to also thank our other committee members. We had in both Education Finance and Education Policy, we had some good, robust discussion and sharpening each other. We've heard a lot about the historic investments, and given that we have over a $17.5 billion surplus, quite frankly, it would be a shame if we weren't making an investment like this in education. But I think as I've had conversations with my colleagues, with educators across Minnesota, there's a common theme of concern about what's going to be coming. There's a common theme of concern about the unintended consequences that, frankly, none of us in this room truly know what this bill is going to do. If we're truly honest with each other, we don't know what's really going to happen. We don't know. But I want to just take a minute and just look at the bill and then compare it to our DE. I'm not going to go into the difference in the investment in literacy that's been talked about, but I will say that making a historic investment in literacy is a foundational investment. Like investing in roads and bridges, that's how I see the investment in literacy. And Rep. Edelson worked really hard on the READ Act, and she talked about us signing on to that bill. Quite frankly, we would have signed on to the bill if we would have just named it the science of reading. It got political, and that word was hard for some members to swallow. So if we would have unashamedly named the science of reading, my name would be on that bill. Also, the cross-subsidy. That has been a significant issue in my entire career in education. This bill funds it at about 44%, and then it grows over time. The DE that the Republicans offered that at 50%. The formula increase is 4 and 2. Ours was 5 and 5. I think there are some really good provisions within the bill as well. Chair Hornstein's not here. I've talked about this, but the Holocaust and genocide education piece, that is powerful. We need to be talking about a real history. We need to talk about what has actually happened in Minnesota so that we don't repeat those same mistakes. But we can't pit groups against each other when we do that. The PSEO provision, I've talked extensively about that. And Rep. Keeler, many of the provisions for our Native community are very powerful and much needed. In the district that I serve as an administrator, we had ongoing conversations a few years ago about students being able to wear their eagle feather. And when we learned the significance of that, our school board, our superintendents said, you know what, that makes sense. That makes sense to honor those students. But Rep. Keeler, I would challenge you a little bit. You talked about people of faith, and I didn't write down what you said, but things that have happened in the past with people of faith. I would just challenge you that that's not today. People of faith are humans. They make mistakes. From my background, that's called sin, and people make mistakes. Let's talk about that mistake so we don't repeat it. That's education. That's what we should be doing. The pensions piece has been talked about. At 6:30, there's a rally. And I just hope that we're honest enough to say, you know what, in this bill, we didn't prioritize that. We've talked a lot about transformational, historic. And I think we have to be very careful on how we talk about educators when we talk about that. Because we say this is transformational change. What I hear is we're not doing a good job. What some may interpret is, God, we're not living up to it. And there's a lot of data, we can dig into it, and there are opportunities for significant growth. But I think we have to talk, or have to think about how we talk about. And frankly, I'm talking to this side of the aisle on that one. You guys as well, but we have to be cognizant of how we talk about our educators. I don't think the system is broken. But when we, as a legislature, tell an independent school district how to do something, that is not innovation. A number of years ago, we were in a strategic planning at my local district, and a parent actually said, you know, one of the things I really appreciate is that the district feels like a speedboat. And we can quickly maneuver based on the needs that are in front of us right now. But the system of education is like a freight liner. To make a change, you have to make just huge changes, and it takes forever to steer just a degree off course. That's what we're doing with this bill. We are tying the hands of local school districts so they cannot innovate and be a speedboat. We're just continuing the system. There's been a lot of talk about the mandates, and the UI is the main one that I keep hearing about. Let's start with our hourly workers. We could not function without them. Within the school, we could not function without them. My mom was a para. We could not function in schools without them, but my mom chose to be a para because she knew she wanted to be on the same schedule as us, because that worked for our families. But when we look at the fiscal note for the UI, and someone over here talked about that, but the fiscal note is put together by an expert. And I've heard that it's not accurate, and I guess we'll see. But I had one of the districts I represent reached out and said, this UI benefit is going to cost about $500,000 a year. There's 331 districts across the state. Simple math, and there are some that are bigger and some that are smaller, but if I just did simple math, that's $165 million in 1 year. 1 year. So that fiscal note is already blown up in 1 year. And that's at $500,000. So this UI piece, where it is going to benefit some workers, it is going to put a significant burden on the local school districts. And what that means is that the school board, the superintendents, will not have money to negotiate contracts. So those teachers that are going to be here at 6:30, there's not going to be as much resource to negotiate the contract. That is what will happen. The other unintended consequence is that there will not be workers for summer school. I had a different superintendent reach out, and he said he did the math. He said, Ben, my hourly workers will make one more day of pay if they don't work with the UI benefit. One more day. And he said, I am already having people say they're not going to work in the summer programs. Before I came here, I was already planning my summer programs. So we are going to screw up every summer program, possibly, not guaranteed, but possibly. They may not have the staffing to staff those programs. And then that means those kids are not going to get the extra support that they need. Unintended consequences. The non-exclusionary discipline, there's been a lot of work with that, and I want to give Chair Youakim and other members of the conference committee credit. That has moved, and that is good. But I would just caution us to continue to listen to the experts that are actually doing the work. There's nothing in this bill requiring the Department of Education to actually study the data of discipline. Nothing. That's what should happen. And when we lower expectations for behavior or academics, kids meet those expectations. When we raise the bar, I can tell you, and those of you that work with kids or know kids, I'm sure you've experienced, kids meet those expectations. Let's stop lowering the bar. There's also been significant conversation about the growth of bureaucracy. And I want to just give you a simple example of what that looks like. I was told about a teacher, so school districts just took the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessments. And there was a teacher who had really long hair. He needed a haircut. He challenged his kids that if any of them got a perfect score on the MCA, he would let them shave his head or cut his hair. And I believe that there were 2 students that got perfect scores. The AD from the school came over because this person coaches an activity, took a picture, tweeted it out. I won't do it, but that's I could have you give me a thumbs up if you think that's a good idea. Kind of a fun, motivating thing, right? Here's the problem. That data is embargoed. So that the school district got a call from the Department of Education, and they were scolded. Members, give me a break. That's ridiculous. The teacher motivated his students, and our Department of Education had time to call and scold them. That is ridiculous. So when we give the department $32 million more, a 21% increase, we're funding that ridiculous behavior. We are growing that ridiculous behavior. If that person had time to pick up the phone and call that school district, you know what? There's bigger issues that could be solved. I've also heard, and actually I was standing in my driveway talking to a superintendent, an assistant superintendent who was losing her mind about this bill from a district that did not vote for people on this side of the aisle. And I was walking through just where things were at. I know her personally, so I was walking through. And she said something that I've heard in this chamber. She said, Ben, you guys wouldn't do that much anyways. That wouldn't have been your target. But she also said, but your bill that you proposed is way better for schools. We all know it. But you wouldn't have done the target. And I just said to her very simply, if you do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always got. Education is my number one priority. Number one. And there's 25 members on this side that believe the same thing, I believe. But let's come together. Let's stop with this partisan bickering and actually listen to each other. Moving forward, here's what I'm going to do, because I can only control myself. I'm going to listen like we have done, and that's how we developed our DE, by listening to thousands of educators, superintendents, school boards, teachers, and even those evil principals. I'm going to be honest. When the teachers are here for the pension, I'm going to tell them it's not going to happen unless I'm missing something. Let's not do a dog and pony show. Let's just be honest and say, you know what? We missed that. We didn't plan for that. I would challenge you to do the same thing. And then I'm committed to investing in education, whether it be through policy, whether it be through money, because, like I said before, I see education like building roads, like building bridges. It is an investment in the future, and that's why I will be voting no on this, because it is not a good investment.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I need WD-40 for my knees here. It's sitting too long. I'd like to start out by just saying thank you. Thank you to Chair Youakim and Pryor, to Vice Chair Clardy and Hill for your education committee leadership and for caring for kids. Because as I said last time I got up to speak about the education bill a few weeks ago, I don't doubt one bit that you care for kids in education and your intentions are good. There are a lot of things in this bill that I can support. And as I said last evening when I talked about the public safety bill, I wish a lot of these would be taken out of the omnibus bill and voted on separately, especially Representative Edelson's reading bill. That would have my vote. I do believe it needs to be strengthened, but it's going to do some good. I know that. I'm happy it's in this bill. I thank you for the special education teacher pipeline provision that's in here, the Grow Your Own pipeline, which was a bill of mine that will hopefully help gain some special education teachers, especially in the rural areas. The special education cross-subsidy funding, ESL funding, formula funding. There are many things, actually, I can support in this bill. But there are also many things that concern me and I don't believe will help. And in the end, I think they're going to actually hurt a lot. So I just have to say that education is a passion of mine, obviously, as a former educator. And it's so important because it's one of the most empowering things that we can make available for somebody, education. It's also one of the most powerful ways to give freedom to somebody, and also an amazing way to provide opportunity for people. So education is hugely important. I've heard this is a historic bill. Well, I guess if we're going to relate it to history, then I would relate it more to Greek history, and I'm sad to say I would call it more like a Trojan horse. And I know Representative Hudson said that. He actually took the words right out of my mouth. But I do believe this is a Trojan horse in this way, and just a little Greek history catch up for those you don't know what the Trojan horse is. The Greeks were trying to take over Troy. They brought in this huge, beautiful horse as a gift. It was gorgeous on the outside, but inside, there were a lot of bad things. Actually, the enemy was in there, and that's how they took over that city of Troy. And so it looked good on the outside, but there were a lot of concerning things on the inside, and that's, in my mind, what this bill is. The outside part, the shiny part, is all the money that's in this bill. It spends a huge amount of money on education. Education should be a priority, but we have to make sure we're spending that money on the right things. There are 65 mandates in this bill, and I know some say they don't know what they are, but actually every time there's a must in this bill, that's a mandate. And so even the smallest thing, but like a school district must make a report on something. That's a mandate, and that costs money because somebody has to generate that report. There's the ethnic studies mandate, e-learning days pay mandate, the unemployment mandate. There are mandates outside this bill that are going to affect districts greatly, the paid family leave mandate. So we are setting our schools up for a fiscal cliff because we know that we are not going to be in a surplus situation forever. I would say, and I could predict, I hope this isn't the case, but I think it's going to be accurate, that in about 4 years, we're going to see a lot more school districts operating with statutory debt. We don't want that, but we're piling on so many things that cost so much money, and some of them are being funded now. Quite a few of those mandates are, but they're not always, we aren't going to have that money available always. Then what do the schools do? Reading, math, writing, some of those basic core functions of education. I don't see a lot of reform in this bill for that. And I'll give kudos to Representative Edelson because that reading component is a good core reform in the way of reading. I am concerned, though, that the language is not strong enough. And we saw that in some of the group emails that we were all sent. And Representative Edelson did a great job defending against people who were attacking even what she has because they support the more whole language, failed way to teach kids to read. And we know there are people that are going to try to get around, educators in our college systems and so on, and continue to try to dupe people, mostly the curriculum companies, into thinking that this whole language works when it doesn't. So I hope the bill will do, the reading component will do what it's intended to do. I think we should have put more money into that because it's going to cost a lot of money for districts to change over their curriculum. But it's a great start, and I thank you for that. Speaking of mandates, so we have this ethnic studies mandate, which is not just the study of culture, but it involves a lot more. It involves a belief system. It involves a doctrine, really. That's what a doctrine is. It's a belief system. It's a humanistic belief system. It actually has components of Marxism in it, where it creates victims and oppressors and teaches kids to view others through a lens of race, which is very divisive. So that's a belief system that's evidently a doctrine that's okay to teach in our schools. Or you look at our tribal schools, they have a belief system there that they teach it. You could call it a doctrine, where they open with spiritual ceremonies. I think that's great that they're able to do that. But that's a belief system. So in our K through 12 schools, we have belief systems that are being taught, doctrines that are being taught. And yet when it comes to giving students choice for higher education, where they want to do their PSEO work, then suddenly they can't choose certain belief systems, the ones that they want to operate within. I think that's wrong. We need to analyze that, reanalyze that, and allow choice, and allow the dignity that choice involves. So there's a lot of money in this bill, but there are way more mandates than money. Secondly, I just talk about discipline. I believe this bill is soft on discipline, and we can't afford that right now. We see what happens when we're soft on discipline, just in our society in general, and in the criminal elements that are happening. Human beings need consequences. I mean, that's one of the basic things. There's a number of teachers in this room, administrators. We learn the basics about discipline. There's negative discipline, there's positive discipline. There's even a component where you can ignore certain behaviors. I used to love to do that with my students that were misbehaving, maybe talking too much while I was reading a book, and I would ignore the couple talkers, and I would just pour on the praise for the kids who were listening well. Pretty soon those couple of talkers, they just sat right up and zipped their lips because they wanted to get that praise. So it really matters what we do, praise, but also the consequences that can be negative sometimes. We should not take away from schools the opportunities And we shouldn't be regulating the suspensions, the exclusions, even isolating a child. That is important sometime to have that tool. It should be rare, but schools need that tool. I just got a phone call from a teacher friend of mine this weekend. I worked with her for many years. This last weekend she called me, and she was very concerned. She said, our teachers are worn out because there are so many behavior problems in our schools. And this is coming from a rural school where we don't have quite the number of behavior issues that we sometimes see in our metro areas. But she said the behaviors are coming not just from our special education students who have IEPs, and we have people watching over those behaviors, but they're coming from the regular classroom kids. And she's talking about kindergarten on up. Kids have lost the ability to regulate their emotions, to regulate their behaviors, and she's noticing this, and as our teachers, she said even our veteran teachers who have been there a long time and dealt with many different things, she said they're at their wits' end. And she said one thing that would help is to lower class size. And I think that's important, but the way that, it's not in this bill, I believe it's in a different bill, that it's going about it, by putting it in forced negotiations, that's not the way to address it. The way to address it is to take funding for schools, don't apply all these mandates, send it down to that local level and empower them to utilize it to lower class sizes and do the things that they need to do so that their teachers have the ability to teach the way they know they need to. And lastly, I'll just say that there's more bureaucracy in this bill. It's not the 70 full-time employees that we heard mentioned earlier. That was a previous bill. But there are 48 new full-time employees for MDE in this bill. And there's additional funding where they can hire 58 more. That's a lot of top-down employee funding and just extra employees. We don't need that top-down method. We need the bottom up. We need our educators, our teachers, our parents, our school boards, our administrators. We need to empower them to make these decisions. We don't need 48 new FTEs in MDE to do that. So let's allow our school boards and our parents and the communities, the community leaders, community grandparents, aunts, uncles, whoever's there, the ones that elected those local school board members, let's allow them the flexibility and the funding to do their work. I think government, MDE, they should come alongside and advise and help, and then hold schools accountable for the growth that we want to see. So unfortunately, amidst the number of good things in this bill, I can't support it. I think it's going to hurt more than help. I think it's more of a Trojan horse that looks good, but we're going to find out a lot of bad things happen as a result of it. So thank you, members, for listening.
Further discussion on repassage of House File 2497 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Clardy.
So the purpose of education is to turn mirrors into windows. The creation of this bill was put together by a group of experts, and in the center of all their decisions was the child. So looking at that is how we collectively did this process. Today, when you're driving down the road, you'll see green grass, and you'll see the beautiful green canopies, tree canopies that are coming out, and you'll identify the strength and the nature and the beauty in the nature. And then a little bit later, you'll see some flowers, you'll see some thriving gardens, and you'll see some field with the riches. And that's what we are doing with children. We're looking at them collectively and their collective development. So this whole bill is focused on how to make schools the best that they can be and how to make sure that every student can thrive. And this bill will create the pathway in which all children will thrive. And as far as a achievement gap, Minnesota, we might not even have to have that conversation anymore. This bill creates an environment where everyone in school is nourished and can grow. So that's the children, that's also the adult. This bill also creates the environment where teachers are given supports that they need. This bill also recognizes that learning is not one-dimensional, and therefore we should embrace other opportunities within the community. This bill is unique. This bill involves a lot of parties within the landscape to support the platform of growth. Many things today have already been highlighted as far as how we are growing students. There are pre-K students that will now be given an opportunity to attend school. The READ Act is also another thing where our children will learn to read. I've been a reading teacher. This is what I do. I've been teaching for 27 years. It is so important that we have that foundation. We also need to have the children in the classroom, because how do you learn if you're not in the classroom? Also, some of our colleagues wrote a bill as far as having supports with social workers and school nurses. I know that's probably hard for you to believe, but some schools don't have nurses in it every day. They might have one every other day. We need to keep focusing on developing quality mental health and giving people opportunities. We had a colleague over here that was talking about not having opportunities to do career and technical education courses. This bill has it in there from little kids all the way up through high school, and they can go to the PSEO as well. So this bill assures that children can stay in the classroom, they can learn, and like I said, I've been teaching for 27 years. I feel really proud of this bill. I know that it has a lot of merit to it. This conversation was not only had with the community, but it was had with parents, it was had with administrators, it was had with a large community that told us what we really need. We can't continue to keep doing the same thing and expect not to have an achievement gap. So as an African American female, a mom, a teacher, and just a regular neighbor, I know this is exactly what we need. So vote green.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you for the whole process. And to all the staff, we say this, but we don't say it enough. And to the nonpartisan, the partisan staff, thank you to Mr. Withers, who, as I was preparing many of my remarks or getting ready to do something, he would gently nudge me in the right direction by saying, no, that's not it. Go this way. And so very helpful, and I have tremendous amount of respect. I've said this before, Polly, thank you very much, and Chair Youakim and Vice Chair Clardy, your staff has been of the utmost professional and easy to work with. So with that, members, let me start off with a couple of things, and the why and the perspective of how we got here and why this process matters, why the differing opinions matter, and they're okay. When we first came into the year, Leader Damath came to us, each of our respective areas, and said, what would you do? Give me 5 ideas on how you would improve the areas that you're leading. And the area that I had was education. And we worked together as a team, and the 5 areas that we came into the session were, let's go back to what we heard. Let's go back to the perspectives and the concerns that were shared with us. And what would those 5 be? And so going into the year, going into January in the committee meetings, the first one was fair and focused funding for all students. It was shifting it to the students, away from the formulas, away from the schools, into funding our students equally across the state. The second one was better pay for better teaching. Quality of education matters. Helping teachers elevate in their profession and become better at what they do, like any other profession, makes for a better process and a more productive education environment. The third one was literacy is learning. We really believe, as we share in our conversation, the importance of literacy coming off of the pandemic and coming off of the COVID situation and looking at the test scores for Minnesota where we were failing and historically at the lowest we've ever been. Literacy matters. Local control and parental control and involvement and empowerment. Where did that come from? Members, it's not very far that we can go back, we can reach back a couple years and we can touch a point, and it still is incendiary today, where we have school boards, we have teachers, and we have unions fighting and creating divisions that are not helping us in education. It wasn't long ago that we had a national organization that was using words like terrorism in education, and those words have been walked back. But those are the divisions and those are the fractured lines that we are faced with. And when Leader Damath asked for what we would do, one of the things we said was local control and parental empowerment. Let's get these lines of fracture repaired. Let's get these lines of division erased. Let's get our communities back to where their schools become the center of productivity in the early generation of economic development that can come. And the last thing that we all came to was expectations matter. When you raise a bar high enough for students, they will reach for that. When you raise a bar high enough for teachers, they will reach for that. When you raise a bar high enough for superintendents, school boards, and administrators, they will reach for that. They will go to the target you put in front of them. So that's what our charter was. That's what we went into it. That was our vision of how we would try to do what we could to shape and to mold the education policy and finance bill, knowing fully well that our side was not in the majority position. And I give you this for two reasons, and let me share two quick stories on perspective. Number one is this. I don't always get it right at home, and I don't think my wife is one of the 95 watching today, so I'm going to try to get this story out without her knowing. But I remember a time, many times, but one, when I was out doing some work in the yard and helping with some things that she needed done. And it had just rained, and she needed some work done around the garden. She needed some landscaping. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to help her out. She's been asking for this, and I've been putting it off because I've been too busy. And these are really things that if I can get them done, it will improve her life. And so I worked really hard, and I didn't tell her it was going to be a surprise. And I came tromping into the house, and I was so proud for her to see all these things that I had done. I think I had cleaned up some flower beds. I'd probably washed the car. I mean, I'd done just a tremendous amount of things. And as I'm standing there beaming, she looked down and go, my goodness, look at the mud on the floor. My goodness, look at the mud on the floor. And she wasn't wrong. It was a mess. I should have taken my shoes off. But the perspective was this. I had done my very, very best to help out, and I had done a good thing. But in that, I had just tromped by not taking my shoes off and created more work for her, a very messy, muddy situation. No, we figured it out. I think we pulled out the prenuptial and we figured out it wasn't worth going through the fight over some muddy shoes. So two of us seeing the situation very much differently and recognizing the intent on both of our sides was good. I'll give you one more quick perspective story. Imagine in the middle of the ocean, a small island with a tree, and an individual standing on that tree waving their hands because they see a boat with another individual waving their hands. If you're on the island, you're happy to see the person in the boat because you think you're going to get rescued. If you're in the boat, you're happy to see land because you've been out on the ocean for a long time. So we can both see two situations and realize there could be differences. I bring this up because the education bill that we have in front of us has two different sides, two different perspectives, and there's going to be a lot of good things, but there's going to be some mud that's going to be trampled through the school districts. The school districts and the teachers and the parents and the students that I talked to, they were talking to us about things, and let me get to my notes, that involved funding, 5 and 5 in the formula, cross-subsidy, violence in the schools. There was challenges coming from the homes. We still had kids and parents that were reeling from the fact that, my goodness, they had been locked up in their homes in a very difficult pandemic situation and still mentally were trying to recover from that. Members, we had a politicalization in the classroom. We had agendas being pushed from every side, and the focus was being pushed away from academics to other areas. Those were the problems that I was hearing as we were coming into the year. 5 and 5 in the formula, especially cross-subsidy, and then pathways for technical careers. Those were the things that I was talking about as I was traveling to schools and talking to superintendents, saying, those are the items that we're going to work on. However, throughout the course of the year, we started to get the unexpected things. We started to get items that nobody was really expecting to see. For example, we were starting to get the unemployment insurance talk about. We were starting to get the family medical leave. We were getting collective bargaining issues. We were starting to get all these other things, and there was a lot of other things. They were still funding talks. I mean, we alone look at where we've come. We cannot deny that all the topics that were brought up haven't had conversations about them. The UI alone was proposed, and I was hearing early on, no, this will be fine, schools will be, well then, thank goodness in conference committee we found, or there was found $135 million, but that shows that we still have room to get to, that people recognize there are issues. Members, and I have so many notes over here, the solutions that were offered were not what the schools expected. My goodness, in the committee alone, Representative Bakeberg and Representative Clardy, Representative Hill, myself, former Representative Erickson, we've all come out of the education. This many educators alone, Representative Chair Youakim coming out with her experience. Those are shared experiences in the schools. We just saw the problems differently, and the solutions that are being presented are much, much different. As I look at this, members, and as I'll be voting no for this because of the perspective changes and the things that I don't think were addressed, one of the things that I want to call out is how we did some things. Members, we could have fought over funding, we could have fought over a couple different programs, and we could have fought over a couple other things. That's all great. We could have debated over those. But two issues stick in my mind that I just don't think we got right, and it was how we did those. One of those was the issue of the school mascots. I understand the conversations around that. I understand the communities that want to see those changed, and I understand the schools that are trying to respect the heritage and how they've gotten there. And when you go to the War Road School and the superintendent who traveled up here and the tribal members who came up and talked to us and said, we can work this out. And we as a legislature said, no, you can't. We're going to put a process in place. Now, that process may be fine, and I could be wrong, but I think the way we handled that was disrespectful to a community that is trying to get it right. And the one thing that I've always believed is when communities come to us and say, we're trying to get this right, we should back off and let them take that chance and not try to push a solution on them. And the second one is the statement of faith. At the end of the day, this is going to pass. Here's how I see this. One of the committees that I was in under former Chair Loon, we had the Nayashing School come in and talk to us about how when their day starts, there's a ritual and they work through the tobacco ritual. And I won't get into all the details because I don't want to get it wrong, but I remember them talking about that and talking about the spirituality and setting it up for the day. And the recognition that those students recognized a higher power in their life and a spiritual side that involved faith and practice. Members, we recognized Ramadan here and recognized faith, and we recognized that people have practices in faith that are near and dear and part of their character and who they are. Members, when you talk, people ask me about my faith all the time. And they ask it in a way like I can just shed this, like I can just set it aside. Like, oh, you've just taken on this doctrine, you've just taken on this belief that you believe it this way. Members, just like my colleagues who are looking at the Native American spiritual side, or my colleagues who, out of respect for their cultures and their faith, that is who I am. I can't help being any other way. I can't help it because this is who I am. And members, it wasn't that we're just saying, oh, a statement of faith and it's going to be these two colleges and we're going after them. It's the fact that we are saying to people, we're denying who you are because of the faith that you have to live, not the faith that you've chosen. Believe me, when I was 18 years old, I did not choose to go in the seminary because I thought it was going to be cool. I was chosen to walk that path. And believe me, the days that I fall off that path, I choose to fall off, but it's not me that puts me back on that path. And so when we do things like this in legislation to deny people and the very faith, and let's just call it for out. Many of us who follow the Christian faith or have some type of the Judeo-Christian values feel like we are now being denied. And that's fine. No piece of legislature is going to change me. It's not going to change who I am. But I think the way we went about that in this chamber was wrong, and this is the wrong place to do that. Let's have those faith conversations in other places, but let's have policy and budget conversations here. The other thing that I believe this bill is going to do, all the good that it can do with the special ed cross-subsidy and for all the very, very many other good provisions, and there are some wonderful provisions in here. Chair Youakim, you and I talked early on, and I told you, I think you have an impossible task. And in that realm of impossibility, we have some possible solutions. And I respect all of those. And of course we have a big number. We have an $18 billion surplus. The opportunity was there. And I think there could have been other opportunities within that could have been better. But a couple of things that I think is really going to hurt school districts is the expectation for divisions to be done deeper amongst the teachers' unions, the hourly employees, the administrators, and the staff. Ed Minnesota lobbied this bill hard. I don't fault them for that. I'm just telling you they did it. And Education Minnesota is one of the biggest spenders in political contributions. They got what they paid for. And I'm telling you that schools are trying to figure out what's going to happen in this bill, but the expectations that they did not see, the unexpected consequence of this, have them worried. They are worried about the fact that in the first year of the UI, and as people start filing May 28th of this year, people will be eligible to file for unemployment. But the schools will not know how much of that cost is until the fall, and perhaps the 135 will cover it, even though the fiscal note said 270. I worry about that. Schools worry about that. I worry that we're going to come into a number in the fall that's going to be closer to 120 million of unemployment that is paid out, leaving with only 15 million for the biennium for next year. And we're going to have to wrestle with that. And I know we're getting a report, but the fact that we're getting a report for that tells me that we don't know. And if we don't know, the business managers and superintendents don't know, and therefore they cannot plan. And that's worrisome. I believe the collective bargaining side on this and the class size and all of these other provisions are going to put difficult conversations that simply don't need to be more difficult. We have a family leave we have a family leave our family leave that's coming from another bill with a proposed $50 million expense on there. That again, schools are trying to plan for, but they can't. The last thing that I'll bring up before I close is the teacher licensure changes. Members, no teachers, no principals, no school administrators were asking for this change. And yet, we're closing the pathway. Even though we've rescinded a little bit, we're going to allow some of the experience, but we're closing the pathway for teachers to get in a time when we have a teacher shortage. I don't understand that. We're essentially we're elevating the master's degree at the tier 2 level, tier 3 level. I think I got that right. But we're elevating that over the community experience of not getting people in the door in a time when we need teachers. And teachers come from all walks of life and from all experience levels. And I think we should be finding a way to get more teachers in the classroom, not less. Again, maybe that's an I told you so moment. Maybe a couple years from now with these tier licensure changes, we will look back on and say, wow, that fixed it. That was a silver bullet. I just don't think so. So members, in closing, I'll bring this in. If I can find my notes. This is a complicated system, education. Okay? We didn't change the fair funding for students. We didn't change the compensatory. St. Michael still has many of the challenges they're faced with. Other schools are still wrangling with some things. So those problems still exist going into that. And we need to change more of the status quo. And in some areas on here, I think we've done some instrumental things. In some areas, I think we've doubled down on old solutions. The single most important factor in determining achievement is not the color of the student's skin or where they come from. It's not who their parents are or how much money they have. It's who their teacher is. Former President Barack Obama, who was absolutely right. Better teachers bring out better students. I don't think we've done that here. I don't think we've given the incentives to take the bar up. In fact, I think what we've done is we've walked into the foyer, as I did, with muddy shoes, not recognizing we're creating some footsteps and some tracks that are going to have to be cleaned up. Yeah, there may be some good work outside, but now the problem has other issues. And so, members, I'll leave you with this. As I talk to schools and I talk to superintendents and I talk to school boards, they're saying to me, Ron, don't you realize we're already talking about the cuts we're going to have to make? How can that be? How can the schools be looking forward and thinking they're going to have to be making cuts when we have a funding bill coming to them? One of those two sides is wrong. Maybe the funding is so great and maybe the provisions that are in here won't be so burdensome that they won't have to make the cuts, and they're wrong, and they'll be able to come back to me and say, oh my gosh, I was wrong, it was fine. But I can tell you there are administrators and there are school boards and their superintendents talking about the cuts they are going to have to make. Not the cuts they may have to make, the cuts they are going to have to make, because they're looking at provisions in this bill and they're not seeing the numbers add up the way they were hoping. So members, with that, I'll be voting red on this bill. Again, I thank everyone for the process. It was a very enjoyable committee to be part of. We had some great stories. We had some great testifiers. But at the end of the day, the perspectives that I have don't line up with where this bill is. And I'm sorry, Leader Damath, I tried to get fair funding for all of our students. I tried to work on the better pay for better teachers. I tried to work on the literacy as learning. I really tried hard to get us to the local control and parental empowerment. And I do believe expectations matter. And I wish I could have delivered more to you on the things that you asked. I'll be voting red.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. It's a great joy to be here today and to be passing this bill that we have coming up. When we put this bill together, we were talking and thinking about how we can meet the needs of today. And we know that we have great needs today. We're also talking about, and had as a priority, addressing the unacceptable opportunity gaps that we have in our schools that result in these disparities of outcomes. And they are disparities of outcomes for our Indigenous students, for our Black and Brown students. And when we say, well, let's just put more money into the formula, that does not address these disparities. So that was another priority. But also, of course, we're thinking about, this is education. This is preparing our students for the future. And the students were the center of this bill. That's how we built it. We weren't thinking about the systems first and how to help the systems, make it easy for them. No, that was not a concern. And the superintendents know that. But the students were at the center of this bill. And then next to the students, we're thinking about our teachers, our educators in the classroom. And actually all the people in the classroom, the paraprofessionals, well, as we said, the lunch ladies, custodial staff. But these are the people that touch our students and are part of their education because they're part of their experience. So that's where we began. And then we thought about, well, what can we control? What do we have? What are the levers that we have to address these? We thought about, well, what does a student need to graduate, to be prepared for this future that we want them to be prepared for? And we thought about the civics bill and making sure that they would be fresh in their minds in the 11th and 12th grade, ready for civic engagement, ready to participate in our democracy. And also, we know that there's a great need for a better understanding of financial literacy. I mean, this is something that really has changed over the years. When I was a kid, we actually had money in our pocket, and we knew what a dollar was because we held it. It's different. And I'm with an 18-year-old that uses an app on her phone to pay for things. And I'm thinking, like, this is just, how do you even know what money you have? You can't see it. You don't have a checkbook that you're writing checks and you're figuring out how to put those numbers down. It's a different world. And understanding how finance works is even more important than it ever has been and more challenging than it ever has been. And we should have adult education about financial literacy because we need it. So those are two courses that we said kids in Minnesota need to have those for graduation. Another group of, it's not required courses, but coursework in two other areas, and these travel together, and that is the ethnic studies and genocide and the Holocaust. And they were both introduced on the same day, and when we heard we took a separate day for the genocide and Holocaust because we had probably the testifier that I will remember better than anybody else that I ever heard, and it was a 99-year-old survivor of the Holocaust. And we are just grateful and indebted that she was able to come to our committee and talk to us about her experience and why studying this matters to our kids. But what she said was, Minnesota, You have to know your neighbors. You have to know your neighbors that came from Somalia. You have to know your neighbors that came from the mountains and now are called Hmong, and that tradition. Laos, Karenni, all the new neighbors that I'm getting to know. You have to know your neighbors from the Ukraine, and they're coming here too. There's so many places in the world, and the reason people are coming here, they're refugees. They're escaping mass killings, they're escaping genocide. So when we talk about ethnic studies, we're not talking just about history of different ethnic groups across the globe, but we're talking about today's reality. And when we're talking about ethnic studies, we're talking about things that should have been addressed when we're talking about issues that would be also addressed in the genocide and Holocaust studies. We're talking about racism and how we can be anti-racist and recognize structures that are in place and policies that are initiated that actually, are racist, that disadvantage one group of people through a lens that people see them over another group of people. And this is part of our history in the US, it's part of our history in Minnesota, and it's part of, to understand it, we have to study it, and we can't be afraid of some hard truths that are out there right now. So, those are two areas, academic areas, that we're going to have our kids learn about. We also want to break new ground in an area that we're falling behind in, and it's computer literacy. And we have a task force that's going to lead the way. Wish we could have done more in this session, but we know that we need to keep working on that. So we need to prepare our kids for the future by what they learn in school. Also, we need to address, the issues that are happening right now. And, we have election certificates. We are out there in the community. We are talking to people. And we know that there's problems that our children of colors, our student of colors, our special education students, they're being dismissed from not just the classroom, but from the building itself. They're being sent home. They're being excluded from the learning community. And when they're home, when they're sent home, they're not learning. So we know that non-exclusionary discipline is an issue in Minnesota. Now, we've also know that there's a lot of school districts that are getting it right. And they will not be affected by this because they're already doing it. They're already doing it right. And it's one that K through 3, only in the event where there's safety concerns would you have that child, that student, be banned from the building. And so we have these practices that say only as the last resort are you excluded, are you banned from our community and told you have to stay home. And I think these are important provisions. It's policy that a lot of folks have worked on over the years, and we're getting past. Best practices. We also have, by the way, best practices are mandates. When you say, I talked about it in the beginning, best practices for active shooter drills, best practices, it's a mandate, telling schools they have to follow best practices. So we accept the fact that some people call them mandates, but we say, that's what we do. We don't say shall, or we don't say may, sometimes we say must. We also talked about teachers and how we elevate teachers from just being someone that's, like us without the background to being actually an educator, a licensed professional educator. And how we work with teachers to support this with our board, our PELSB board, Professional Education Licensing Board, professional. That's what our goal is in Minnesota, is to have professional educators, not people like me that would be an amateur in the classroom, and you don't want me in the classroom. You want professional educators that are prepared, that are supported, that are there for the kids. And we've got great, great educators. And this bill keeps working on those pathways to bring the aspiring teachers into the classroom and get them fully licensed. and so that a license from Minnesota really means what it means. So we remove barriers. One of the barriers that we removed for professional licensing is having tests that are not correlated to effective teaching. With that, removing that testing requirement, we get 835 new teachers fully licensed, or with Tier 3 license. We also, well, there's a lot of, we worked with the Pellsby Board, and Representative Hill could tell you a lot more details about it. But it's also an area that we continue to work with. And the big part of it, another big part of it, and the funding that came with it, is having a robust portfolio system. So this is the way that we think is going to be the way that Pellsby can recognize experience and license experiences through the portfolio system, which has not really been up and running in the past. So we realize that, but it needs to be in the future. And so we're putting the resources to make sure that can happen. We did some great work with the American Indian education, and there's data sharing to make sure that the tribal nations can reach out and support the students that are even in the metro area, not living on reservations. There's the graduation regalia, spirit tobacco, and of course, as mentioned before, the review of the mascots that schools have right now. And for me, you know, the issue is not whether or not mascot is respectful or not, but who is it that makes that decision? And I think there's better groups than this legislature for making that decision, and that's what this bill does. It creates that process. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about mental health. And I know that just having more support people is the big part about addressing mental health. We had a couple policies that also we were working on. One is a suicide hotline on the ID cards. We're glad, that's a mandate, by the way. Yeah, another one, yep. And then the best practices for active shooter drill. And then also we have a policy, malicious and sadistic, a policy to prohibit malicious and sadistic behavior. And this is a student-led initiative because it's an anti-bullying. And it's a protection for kids that are being bullied. And it just creates that environment and that climate where kids are listened to and respected, and action is taken. So, you know, these provisions are about really reaching kids where they are and thinking about how can we have an impact on that climate, and how can we have an impact for all of our students, especially the ones that have had these disparities. And so it's targeted, it's focused, it works because we have the funding for it. And so that's, you know, the next section is to talk about the resources that you need to really make these changes. Because we can have these policies, we can have these ideas, we can recognize these problems, but it ends up, it has to be the resources that follow through. So it's been a great team, it's been a great experience. We keep saying we couldn't do it, and this is literally true. We could not do this without the incredible staff, both the partisan and the nonpartisan. We could not do it with all of the people that contributed bills and ideas and feedback on things. It's not a single person. It's all of us together that created this bill. And it's all of us together that are going to be doing great things for education in the future for all of our students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 2497 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would like to start by thanking our education team that has worked along with the majority this entire session. Representative Krisha, Representative Bennett, Representative Daniels, all of the Republican members for their work and leadership on the committees, and our researcher, Jody Withers. As you heard from Representative Krisha, I had asked as this session was starting that priorities would be given to determining what would be best in this specific area, and in all of the areas, but in this specific area for our students here in Minnesota and our school districts. And that work was taken very seriously. and what was proposed over the session with amendments, with the DE that you saw just a few weeks ago, that was a culmination of the work that's being done. And members, I believe that in this place, in the work that we do, our intent is that we want to serve Minnesota and Minnesotans in the best way that we can, in the best way that we know, but yet we come at it from a number of different angles. But I think our motives most of the time are to do the best. We know that we had a historic surplus, and we still do this session, which also meant that it's a historic opportunity that the majority hasn't used in the way that I would have wanted, specifically in education. I do respect the work done by the majority, Chair Youakim, Chair Pryor, Chair Pinto. As this bill has gone together, it does, though, in my opinion, fail to meet the needs of the schools, educators, parents, and mostly our students. This bill is more mandates than money. There are nearly 65 new mandates. I'm not going to take time to read through all of them. But again, as you've heard, anytime there is a must, that means an extra burden on our schools, both with time and with finances. So those 65 new mandates in this bill that actually override local control in the areas of instruction, curriculum, student safety, discipline, and operational management. The DFL legislature is actually acting like a school board, trying to decide curriculum or set student disciplinary problems, disciplinary policies that would handle the student disciplinary problems. I served on a local school board, and those were the things that we were charged with. We've also heard from our local school officials that the mandates in this bill and other bills that we are still yet to hear on this floor tonight, bills that we have heard earlier this session, and that will most likely be sent to the governor's desk, are adding up to make this the worst session for education in decades, that would put extra pressure on strapped school districts. This bill is soft on student discipline, and it restricts our educators from teaching our children proper behavior and conduct necessary for a civil society. Our schools teach students what the expectations are to be in a classroom and how to get along well with others. When we see this breakdown of order and discipline in the schools, it's not hard to see or understand why we see that increase in juvenile delinquency, crime on our streets, and in our neighborhoods. This bill increases the bureaucracy at the Minnesota Department of Education to micromanage our schools. There are more than 48 staff positions created at the Department of Education, with the option to hire up to 58 more staff. That would be nearly a 22% increase in size and scope of the Department of Education when our school districts are struggling and facing staff reductions. This bill closes the pathways to licensing that will leave our schools with fewer teachers. The new restrictions on tiered licensing is turning back the clock on real reforms that have shown and proved real lasting results. In contrast to the DFL, House Republicans put forth a solid plan to fund our students and financially support our schools. Under the plan that we had offered was a 5% and 5% increase on the formula versus just 4% and 2% that have been offered by the DFL. Under our plan, we offered a 50% reduction in the special ed cross subsidy that we have all heard about that our schools are facing versus just the 44% that is offered in this conference committee report. Under our plan, we offered $250 million to address the literacy crisis in our schools versus just the $70 million that is being offered by the majority. And we know parents are concerned about student safety and student mental health. It's why our plan would also have increased safe school revenue by more than $100 million. And that includes charter schools, which are public schools. Our Republican education plan stands in stark contrast to what is being offered by the majority here in this body today. We focused on funding and flexibility so that schools could meet the priorities that are set by parents. We believe we should set a measurable academic goal and then, as the legislature, get out of the way. We believe that literacy is learning, and only through the science of reading can we hit the reset on reading instruction needed to reverse the year-over-year decline in reading proficiency rates. Members, there's no greater urgency than getting right the process by which we teach reading and understanding the process which children best learn to read. We believe that local control is innovation. The legislature cannot act as the state school board, and decisions made furthest from parent involved the parent the least. We believe mediocrity is not equity. Lowering our standards for teachers will not produce better teachers. Lowering expectations for students will not lead to better academic achievement. And I often think of that quote that says, the subtle bigotry of low expectations. But before I close, I want to focus more on the importance of literacy and really leaning in on the science of reading. We have all heard the same facts, that only 48% of our third graders can read at grade level. And members, that means that they cannot read effectively. The rate of literacy in our schools is a crisis and should be treated like a disaster that would demand immediate emergency response. The cause of this disaster is a failed reading strategy that for too long has victimized our teachers, our parents, and our children. So to be blunt, the whole language or balanced literacy approach, quite possibly one of the greatest frauds in education over the past 40 years. Politics and money have stood in the way of real progress using the science of reading to teach foundational reading skills. But to be fair, our friends across the aisle have recently discovered the value of phonics and decoding words and are beginning to reject the foolish idea that literacy-rich environments alone produce good readers, as if good readers simply absorb the written word. Yet they just cannot bring themselves to put the science of reading into our laws. And while I agree with Rep. Krisha when he reminded us that words matter, we know that actions speak louder than words. So while we are encouraged to see the language in this bill that reads like the science of reading, the $35 million set aside for instructional materials is simply not enough to push back the tide of toxic curriculum that floods in to our schools from big publishing companies. On this point, I want to speak directly to our teachers. I have a daughter that is a teacher. I have a number of friends that are in education. Many of my constituents that I've had conversations with. But teachers, you have been misled. And we want to give you the tools and the training that you need to succeed. We hope the DFL will be willing to work with the House Republicans to strengthen the financial commitment to the science of reading. Again, while I appreciate the hard work that went into crafting this bill, I would urge members to vote no. This bill fails to provide funding that is fair and focused. This bill does not respect local control or empower parents. This bill lacks seriousness when it comes to the science of reading. This bill sets no expectations on students to either excel academically or even behave properly in our classrooms. Again, the House Republican proposal would have given our students a 5% and 5% increase on the formula, a 50% reduction in the special ed cross-subsidy, more than $1 million for safe schools, and $250 million for literacy with a real commitment to the science of reading. So members, with a historic budget surplus, there is a historic opportunity. But unfortunately, it's being wasted. But if we vote no, there's still time. We've got just a little bit of time left in this session. There's still time for this to be sent back to the conference committee, bring back a better bill, that we could have more bipartisan support. And with that, members, I would urge a no vote.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been said here tonight, in this chamber, that education funding is why a lot of us are here. And that's why I'm here. It started back in 2003, a little before that, when ECFE saved my children from me and gave me the tools to be a better parent. And I got involved in advocating because in 2003 there were going to be tremendous cuts to a program I cared a lot about, and that was ECFE. And not just to ECFE, but to our entire school system. I joined an organization called Ready for K, that was now Think Small and Early Childhood. I joined a group called Parents United, and I still think of Mary Saccone when she was the only one that could explain the school funding formula to me. And I joined our Hopkins Legislative Action Coalition. This was 20 years ago, members, and guess what we were talking about back then? We were talking about the special education cross-subsidy. At the time, it was about 2% of districts' budgets. Now it's about 6 to 8. We helped fix that in this bill, to a tune of about a 4% increase on the formula in SPED. We were talking about feeding kids, how important it was to make sure they had a meal when they got to school and at lunch so that they could learn. We did that. It's law. We were talking about indexing the formula to our inflation because our schools were begging for that stability. Yo-yoing between a percentage on the formula 1 year, 2%, 1 year, saying, oh, we're going to do 5%. That we haven't dug out of the holes of the cuts in 2003. We haven't dug out of the hole from 0 and 0 in 2010 and 11. Indexing is the key, and that's what's in this bill. If we would have indexed the formula to inflation 20 years ago when I was doing advocacy work, that $6,863 a student right now in the base would be over $10,000. Indexing's the key, and we do it in this bill. You can say you wanted to put a 5 and a 5 on a formula, but there was 0 and 0 in the tails. And, you know, just a quick reminder, we're here talking about the targets we have on this bill because we fought hard for those. I am under no illusion that if the shoe was on the other foot, we wouldn't be talking about spending this money on education. You know, we all bring our life experiences here. I told you a little bit about my origin story, but I also want to remind you, I am the wife of a teacher who, by the way, did not make Rule of 90, so I hear about it a lot. I am the mother of a 4th generation teacher on both sides of the family who is in his 3rd year. I'm a sister-in-law to 4 teachers, and I work in the classroom as a para during the interim. And I know a lot of you, and I want to thank all of you that are in this room that have done work in our schools, either on school board, or as a teacher, or as a para, or as an administrator, as a bus driver, as a school nutritionist. There's so many people in our schools that work with our kids. It's so important. And having those life skills at the table when we discuss all this, we were very blessed in our committee to have all those pathways and all those experiences there. And I know it was mentioned, Dr. Mueller, Representative Mueller talks about her EDD. I know Representative Hill, he hates saying when we say this, but he has the same degree. And so does my husband. And from these two EDDs, yes, on this bill, it's that important. You know, I have faith in those in our schools to do the work as long as they keep our students at the center. And that's the most important part. And that's what we were also very blessed to have in our committee, to have student voices at the table. And I want to thank our leadership who blessed us with a room that had virtual testimony so we could hear from virtual testimony capability so we can hear from people around the state, because that's also where we need to be grounded. It's been a long day, so I'm just going to do a few quick notes of clarification, because sometimes I feel like we're talking about two completely different bills, or that maybe people didn't read the bill or look at the spreadsheets or look at their district runs. And I really encourage you to look at your district runs to see how much more money your folks are getting. There was a lot of talk about mandates in this bill. And I did finally get a list. It's 42. Sat down with MSBA, we walked over the list together. And there were things in there that we directly fund. There were things in there we semi-directly fund. And then there's other things that are in there that are going to be funded by the increase on the formula and definitely indexing. But there were some things that were put on there as mandates that made me question that word mandate. Because mandate can also be used the word as accountability. And I heard that on the floor today, that we want to be accountable for our taxpayer dollars. So we are charged with making sure that our districts are accountable to our students. And right now, members, we have an opportunity gap. Now, part of that because we have underfunded our schools, but part of that is to make sure that all of our students are meeting their needs. And when I see on the list a mandate and saying it's an unfunded mandate to make sure students can wear tribal regalia at their graduation, my first question was, how much does it cost to actually treat your students with respect? I see some of the other mandates and I ask, how much does it cost to treat your teachers with respect? I hear a lot about how much people care about teachers on this floor. That value is in our bill, that value is in our investment. There are some mandates on there that were actually asked for, the short call subs. If you ask for a mandate, is it a mandate or is it just something you asked for? So there's a lot of discussion that will be going on, I'm sure next year in session in our Policy and Finance Committee, to see how those mandates are going and all the money that we use to spend to help fund those. Literacy was mentioned a lot, and I want to thank Representative Edelson once again, and all those, and Representative Mueller, how much literacy matters. This is something that we do absolutely find common ground on. There's some numbers tossed around there. I just want to get the right one out there. It's 90 million. It's more now that's leaving the floor than it was when it left the floor before. And the reason why it's done efficiently is because we use the economies of scale to help train our teachers so our districts don't have to do it on their own. We invest in, this is where Representative Pulowski and I, Chair Pulowski and I agree, we invest in our career in tech ed. We not only do that through the consortium level that's helped in Greater Minnesota and pulling that into the Metro District so that districts have a partner in finding that public-private partnership, because up here at the legislature, we shouldn't be telling them what pathway. We should be aiding them in building those partnerships so they can figure out the best pathway. When I've toured Bemidji and I've toured Austin, I've toured Park Rapids, that's how they did it and that's how they did it successfully. We also have specific CTE courses that we invest in, whether it be Representative Hewitt's EMS or Representative Krisha's Transportation and Aviation. We talk about computer science. We talk about getting our kids ready for the future. And then we also talk about the needs our districts have for busing. Representative Hill is an amazing negotiator because we walked in. Right now, currently, transportation sparsity is at 18.2%. We walked in with a goal of 40. The Senate had 0. We got to 35%. So that's doubling the transportation sparsity. And I know with Representative Hill here, we won't be done yet. And all I keep thinking about is my trip to Ely and seeing the bus barn. And when you overlay the map of how far they have to drive their kids, it goes from St. Michael to Stillwater. We know our districts need help. There was a lot of talk about the nonprofits in our bill. And I want to thank Representative Hudella for his work, and we've talked a lot about this, and how important it was to make sure that those nonprofits could do the work that they were asking us to give them money for. And we really focused, when we picked our nonprofits, on focusing around things that expanded our students' time in school into the community, catching them up in academics, and helping them with those pathways into careers. Those are the nonprofits we focused on. Making sure kids got caught up when we look at the Ignite After School Partnership as well. And we also, I know, Chair Cleavorn, I just talked to her, and Representative Nash have been working really hard on legislation in the state government bill to really make sure that our nonprofits are being held accountable and that we're watching what they're doing. And that's also why I'm very excited about the Office of Inspector General office, because it directly asks them to pay attention to taxpayer dollars and how they're spending them, and we put money into auditors also as well in our bill. So sometimes I get a little confused when I hear comments to the contrary and hope that people just really take a chance to read the bill. Members, working in and for our schools is a labor of love for everybody involved. From our paras and our teachers and administrators to our counselors and social workers and school nurses, our school employees take care of all of our students' needs, from getting them to school, feeding them while they're there, providing medical and emotional support, as well as cleaning up after them when they go home. This entire bill is about investing in our future, in our Minnesota learners. Each of our schools across the state are as unique as the students that they serve, and it's our job as legislators to make sure that every one of our public schools are a healthy and safe learning environment for all of our kids. And it's our job to make sure that our districts have the stability, flexibility, and the tools to meet all of our students where they're at. And it's our job to partner with our families and our communities to ensure that they have the tools to support our scholars so that they can reach their fullest potential. Members, this bill does that, with just over $5.4 billion in the next 4 years. A green vote on this bill supports our students. A green vote on this bill supports our teachers. A green vote on this bill supports our schools. Our green vote on this bill is, yes, the largest increase in historic investment that's transformational that Minnesota has ever made. Members, I ask you for your green vote on this bill.
The clerk will take the roll on the repassage of House File 2497 as amended by conference. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until 6:20.
Are there any announcements related to recess? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Long's motion to recess, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the House stands in recess.